Morning, everyone. I'm Jeana Writenberg, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 5th UN Prime Northeast Conference, Sustainable Development Goals, Transforming Business and Practice. First, I'd like to introduce Dean Lay, Professor and Dean of Rutgers Business School, one of the top 50 women in business by NJBiz. She chaired the Department of Supply Chain Management and Marketing Sciences, where the program grew to one of the top-ranked programs in the nation. Lay became Dean of RBS in 2015 and has led us to great distinction. And I might add, is a role model for what good leadership looks like and is an inspiration to work with every day. Dean Lay.
Thank you, Jeana. Thank you. So I'm very happy to see you, all of you, virtually. And thank you for joining us at this important event. As we all know, our world is facing many challenges, especially during this pandemic. Universities, students, corporations, NGOs, and our communities must work together towards the Union's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As a large public business school in the Northeast, one of our core missions is to greater social impact through our scholarly research that is highly relevant and that generates new insights into the development of business models and strategies that create shared value for all, and innovative academic programs that prepare diverse students to become the future workforce who are resilient, resourceful, responsible, and who are willing to invent themselves for the digital era. Rutgers Business School never stops in our drive to fulfill the mission, even amidst the pandemic. In addition to the high impact research and the conferences, such as this Prime Conference, our faculty have also been applying their business knowledge to help this community. For example, we helped convert several Newark-based small businesses into hand sanitizer factory and the production lines for making N95 face masks. Our faculty are also currently leading a major project for the New Jersey state for redesign and rebuilding its PPE supply chains. We strongly believe that creating shared value and a positive social impact is a key enabler to the long-term success and sustainability of companies. And to us, as a public business school, it ensures the long-term success, strength, and sustainability for us as well. Let me use this opportunity to send a special thank you to Professor Jeana Writenberg for her outstanding job in chairing the conference committee, and my many colleagues at RICSI, PPCP, and many other faculty and staff members at Rutgers Business School for their strong support to this important event. And again, to the speakers, panelists, and all the participants, thank you for being here with us at this important event, and my very best wishes to you all for a successful and productive conference starting today. Welcome.
As Jeana said, my name is Dana Smith. I'm the campaign director for Meatless Monday, and I want to start off by saying happy Meatless Monday. I am thrilled to be here today. This is such a perfect opportunity to share with all of you how Meatless Monday supports and helps to achieve many of the sustainable development goals that you'll be focusing on throughout the Prime conference. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about the Meatless Monday movement. If this was any other year, I'd ask the audience to raise their hands and let me know if you've heard about Meatless Monday, and I could take the temperature of the audience. But maybe you can just do that as you're sitting at home or wherever you may be, and let me know if you've heard of the Meatless Monday movement. Since we have such a global audience, I'm hoping that the answer is yes. Meatless Monday is a global movement, and since it was founded in the year 2003, which is crazy that it's going on almost 18 years, it's been promoted in more than 40 countries, and the campaign and its messages have been translated in over 20 different languages. And the goal of our campaign is to encourage people to cut out meat from their diet one day a week. And we look at this for our personal health and the health of our planet. So many of you may heard of our campaign through our popular hashtag, hashtag Meatless Monday. I encourage you to definitely go ahead and check it out and follow the hashtag and follow our accounts. Through that, we serve up incredible plant-based recipes, and we let people know the latest news on plant-based items and where they're being sold. And of course, we continue to promote the health and environmental benefits of cutting back on your meat intake. Or perhaps maybe you've heard of Meatless Monday through Oprah, Beyonce, Jamie Oliver. I mean, not to name drop or anything, but these are incredible people that also support our campaign. And I think that that's one of the pieces of the campaign that I personally love about Meatless Monday, is just that it's promoted and supported by chefs, restaurants, doctors, educators, city leaders, and celebrities around the world. And I just want to note that this happens organically. We don't pay or sponsor these people. They just believe in our message as much as we do and think that it's, an easy thing that they can get their audience and their followers on board with. I believe that people from all walks of life recognize the ease of the campaign. Okay, it's Monday, let me go meatless. And more importantly, the impact it has on our health and the planet. We believe it's a very easy first step everyone can take. Our campaign is backed in science and research from Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future. And that research shows that eating less meat and more healthy plant-based foods can help reduce the incidence of chronic preventable diseases, preserve precious land and water resources, and combat climate change. It's still sort of alarming and kind of eye-opening that many people aren't aware or don't make the connection between what's on our fork and its impact on the environment. But conferences such as this one are so essential in educating people on this. For example, did you know that it takes 425 gallons of water, which is the equivalent to about 10 bathtubs filled with water? So just try to visualize that, 10 bathtubs filled with water to produce a quarter-pound burger. And that global livestock production creates more greenhouse gas than the entire transportation sector. But thankfully, Meatless Monday effectively addresses these issues by helping people in their everyday lives, with their friends, with their family, to shift their behavior and their diets. And the simple message works because it provides a regular cue, a weekly cue each Monday that leads to more plant-based eating throughout the rest of the week. Since Meatless Monday launched in 2003, it's grown through media, advocacy groups, and word of mouth. A recent survey showed that 42% of Americans were aware of Meatless Monday. And of those aware of Meatless Monday, 35% say the campaign has influenced their decision to not eat meat, cut back on meat, or consider cutting back on the amount of meat they eat. So in conclusion, The movement can be leveraged to achieve many of the SDGs that you'll be focusing on over the next couple of days. Meatless Monday and meat reduction help good health and well-being, support of local farmers, building sustainable communities, responsible consumption, and climate change. We are all in this together. As we go through the conference over the next few days, it will be great to think of ways in which meat reduction can play a part in meeting our SDG goals. And I just want to share with you one quick example of a community getting involved with Meatless Monday, which is right here in my backyard and many other people's backyard, knowing many of you are based in New York City. And through a concerted effort of passionate students, teachers, city leaders, and the likes in our community, Meatless Monday meals have been offered to over 1 million New York City public school students, as well as being offered in the public hospital system and the prison system. As they say, it takes a village. In closing, I just want to say that you can find out more information on Meatless Monday at our website, which is meatlessmonday.com. And our social media channels are a great place to follow us to find out, as I mentioned, all the latest plant-based news and why going meatless one day a week is really good and has a huge impact for your personal health and the health of the planet.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. As I was watching this start up, I was watching the chat, and I saw Philippines, Thailand, Argentina, Norway, and of course New Jersey of people coming in. So I think we've got quite a range of time zones here. So hello everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. I want to begin my remarks with a story. And when I started at the University of Michigan in 2004, something happened, a major event happened, and that event was Bernie Ebbers. Bernie Ebbers started WorldCom, built one of the largest telecom companies in the world, and then he was found guilty of cooking the books, an accounting fraud, and sentenced to prison for 24 years. And I was struck because as I walked around the building, no one was really talking about it. And that seemed odd to me because this was a guy that got to a level that we would like all our graduates to get to, a success by any measure of any business school. And now he was a disgrace. He is going to prison for a good long time, and no one was talking about it. Finally, I got on the elevator, and there were two professors in front of me, and I was brand new, no one knew who I was. And there were two senior professors, and one looked to the other and said, "What do you think of that sentence of Bernie Ebbers?" And the other one said, "I think it's ridiculous. It's not like he killed somebody." Now, I've always thought about that statement. I've always thought about that observation, because to my mind, that represents an example of the extent to which we do not hold business people responsible for the power that they hold. I mean, Bernie Ebbers damaged a lot of people's lives. He ruined people's retirement accounts. He put people out of work. The stock went from to zero in a matter of days. I mean, it was the biggest accounting scandal in American history until Bernie Madoff came along and beat it. But that, to me, is we do have to come to terms with the tremendous power that our graduates are going to have, and to connect a responsibility to that power. That was true in 2005, and it's even more true today. We are entering what scientists call the Anthropocene. We as humans are impacting the environment in ways that have been unprecedented. We are now an animating system in the environment. And how do we get here? The market. Population growth. Population growth combined with the market. When I was born, there were 3 billion people on Earth. Today, there are 7.5 billion. That just really staggers me, because think about it. It took us about 20,000 years to go from 0 to 3 billion. And in the course of my short lifetime, we've more than doubled that. And if I'm lucky enough to see 2050, we're going to hit 10 billion people. And the market is providing for all those people. Business is doing this. Business must solve it. The market is the most powerful force, orienting force on earth, and business is the most powerful entity within it. And so business has to be turned towards solving the problems you can see on this graph here. If you're not familiar with this, this is the planetary boundaries. And the green zone represent boundaries beyond which we should not go if we want to maintain a safe operating system for human and other life forms. And you can see we're crossing some. Nitrogen and phosphorus. It's causing the algae blooms in the Great Lakes. It's causing the dead zone at the mouth of the Mississippi River. Land system change, biosphere integrity, basically known as species extinction, and climate change. We are changing the world around us in fundamental ways, in systemic ways. And so the response to this challenge has to be systemic as well. That system has to be the market. The market has to adjust to deal with it. And when I say market, I include not just business, but I think of the institutions of government, of the civil society sector. All parts of the market need to adjust in a systemic way. Interestingly, we have two choices ahead of us as we start to think about kinds of problems that we face and the solutions that we're going to have. We can have a dystopian future, or we can have a utopian future, and then anything in between. On the dystopian side, we can have continued disagreement and conflict, no clear authority, science is relegated to opinion, and there'll be pressures to maintain the status quo. This should look familiar because we do see elements of that in our society today, namely around the climate change debate. Or we can have a utopian future where there's agreement and consensus and there's collaborative engagement. Scientific results are elevated, the status quo is seen as untenable. This is some work that Deb Jennings and I have done, and we make a parallel of that utopian future to the Enlightenment of the 18th century. And I know that there's some political baggage that comes with the Enlightenment. It in many ways ushered in an era of colonialism. But what the parallels we find are quite interesting in the extent to which the Enlightenment took 100 years. And our conceptions of ourselves and the nature around us were fundamentally transformed. Before the Enlightenment, we saw nature as unknowable, and we were at its whim. With the Enlightenment, we decided we could treat nature like a machine, take it apart, put it back together again, and we could dominate nature. In this present reality of Anthropocene society, we have to recognize that nature and human history, nature and human societies are intimately linked, and they co-evolve together. And that co-evolution is managed through the market. The market has to be turned. The institutions of our society have to be turned. Now, we're getting an interesting test right now on how society will respond to a collective challenge. And we've seen some of our institutions doing well and some not so well. And hopefully we will come out of this with a gut check. What institutions need to be strengthened? How do we need to adjust those institutions to go forward? And importantly, there will be people that come out of this that want to snap back to where we were before, just like a rubber band. It's what they know, it's what they benefit from, and people around us need to push for change and bring change about. We are fortunate in that call because before COVID hit, people were beginning to ask questions about capitalism, about the market. We were re-examining capitalism. Paul Pullman, CEO of Unilever, called capitalism a damaged ideology that needs to be reinvented for the 21st century. Joseph Stiglitz, who I've really enjoyed his work, has been really pushing on income inequality and has said that capitalism is in need of being saved from itself. I could go down the whole list here, but you can see that there are people not just outside the market, but people inside the market that's saying that there's a problem, that the market is not working, that we've got some problems. Andy Grove saying we're at a strategic inflection point. And you can see the result in our young people. They're becoming disenchanted with capitalism, and they're starting to become enamored with socialism or some anti-corporate voices out there that are really trying to push for simple solutions. And so where do we go from here? How do we handle that? What is the problem? To my mind, the two major failures that are causing this re-examination of capitalism are in the natural environment and the social environment. The social environment is quite scary in my mind, but so is the natural environment. On the social environment, we are seeing inequality in this country, not seen since the Depression of the 1920s. Some staggering data. In 2014, the top 1% of households held 38.6% of the nation's wealth, while the bottom 50% had negative 0.1%, and that's not a typo, negative 0.1% they had in aggregate debt. Before COVID-19, nearly 40% of Americans were unable to pull together $400 in an emergency. 78% lived paycheck to paycheck. 44% earned $18,000 a year or less. And 42% had saved less than $10,000 for retirement. Those people before COVID were living in financial dire straits on a precarious line. COVID has thrown them into those dire straits. And that should concern us. If 40% of Americans could not pull together $400 in an emergency, they're in that emergency now. And when I talk to people about this and I say, what would you do to put food on the table for your family if you were in that situation? And the answer is always the same. I do what I have to do. Think about it. If 40% of the people in this country are thinking, I have to do what I have to do to survive, that should make you very nervous. On the natural environment side, climate change threatens to have tremendous impacts on human societies around the world. Scientists have said we should stay at 350 parts per million. We're now over 400. And cost of the US economy alone could be between 54 trillion and 69 trillion by 2100. These dangers are real, and I think the wildfires in California have really brought them to vivid relief, the challenge before us. Now, if we think about re-examining capitalism, think about changing capitalism, how do we start to make sense out of it? How can we think about this? And to my mind, we have to shift from reducing unsustainability to creating sustainability. That's not an original idea. John Ehrenfeld has been writing about this, others as well. But reducing unsustainability fits within the business logics that we've been teaching in business schools for decades. And this is the way I've been teaching it for quite some time. You just frame sustainability as operational efficiency, cost of capital, consumer demand. The market doesn't have to shift. You just have to connect it to what the market already knows. That's reducing unsustainability, doing less bad. And we have to shift towards creating sustainability, creating a better world, doing good. To think about the difference between these two, think about the difference in Iraq. The United States stopped a war, and we're learning that it's a very different process than creating peace. We could say the same thing about Afghanistan. It's a totally different mindset, a totally different approach, getting down to the fundamental levels of who we are, what we're doing, what we're trying to do. Think about it this way. We could think about reducing greenhouse gases, or we could think about going carbon neutral, or we think it can go going carbon negative. And I find this a fascinating shift, because if you had asked me 10 years ago, carbon neutral, I would have thought, you know, that's going to remain a nice theoretical concept. Academics will talk about it. It has become a practical issue now. It has moved beyond the theoretical and now has become real. And you can see that companies have claimed to have set targets, or some have claimed to have actually gone carbon neutral. And some are even pushing to go carbon negative. Some countries are pushing to go carbon neutral: Iceland, New Zealand, Costa Rica. And within the finance sector and the insurance sector, I think some very interesting moves to disconnect from fossil fuels, to start to change underwriting practices. That will shift the market. And so we are seeing some moves here. We are seeing some moves towards this utopian future within the market. Now, to my mind, business education has not kept pace. Business education has fallen behind in really adjusting and engaging the conversation that I see taking place within business. And that's why I think Prime is so important, to try and foster change within business education, because it's really necessary. Two of the most scathing critiques I have seen, and I commend these two articles to you, questioning business school education, challenging business schools, is these two articles here, one in the New Republic, one in American Affairs. The first one was written by an MIT Sloan MBA, the second from a Harvard Business School graduate. And these are just snippets of what they said about business education. John Benjamin writes, elite business schooling is tailored to promote two types of solutions to the big problems that arise in society, either greater innovation or freer markets. Proposals other than what's essentially more business are brushed aside, and the curriculum stifles discussion of the common good while emphasizing the overriding objective of profit maximization is unquestioned. Sam Long, equally critical. American business schools produce, quote unquote, a business elite dominated by financiers and their squires, presiding over a disordered economy, gutted of both its productive energy and the ability to generate mass prosperity. These are some pretty damning critiques, and the articles are pretty fascinating. Now, you know, in the face of these kinds of critiques, we have to ask, what are we doing to our students? What kind of education are we giving them? And what are we going to do to adjust to it? Some have suggested that we just tear the business school apart. An article in The Guardian says, call in the bulldozers. We should bulldoze all the business schools. And in fairness, business schools have been facing problems and repeated calls for realignment through the years, whether it's the Enron scandal or the Great Recession or even the COVID crisis, and the responses have always been incremental. And that will not solve the problems that we face. There has to be a fundamental shift in the foundations of business education. That's what we need to do. So what I'd like to do is offer 9 points as a way to get the conversation started. This is my 9 points. There are many out there, but many ways to approach this problem. And I'd like to walk through 9 that I see. The first, I'd like to see us instill an ethos of management as a calling. If any of you are familiar with Rakesh Khurana's book, From High Range to Hired Hands, it's a history of the American business school. And what he found was quite interesting. When the first business schools were proposed, the universities said, you know, this isn't an area of academic inquiry. And the sponsors came back and said, no, we're going to teach the pillars of industry, of commerce, on how to serve society. We're going to train a professional class of managers in the mold of doctors and lawyers to seek the higher aims of commerce in service to society. The conclusion of his book is that we've effectively retreated from that goal. And going further, he says that it's leaving a gaping moral hole at the center of business education and therefore management itself. Professional and moral ideas that once animated and inspired business schools have been conquered by a perspective that managers are merely agents of shareholders, beholden only to the cause to share profits. The time has come to rejuvenate the intellectual and moral training of future business leaders. We need to connect the power that our students are going to have with the responsibility that comes with that power. And to my mind, the best way to do that is instill in students a sense of responsibility, a sense of a calling, a personal vocation, in the same way that we train doctors and lawyers to serve society. That's what their primary goal should be. Not that they shouldn't make money, but that they have an obligation to society. So it really comes down to that, in my mind, to start there. If you want to see some really interesting critiques of what we're doing in terms of business, James Gamble, a corporate attorney, has been writing some really interesting essays. And he goes on to say that the system in which we put our business people compels them to act like sociopaths. They run their companies, quote unquote, as a textbook case of antisocial personality disorder, in which it is obligated to care only about itself and to define what is good as what makes it more money. And I think that's what we are instilling them in business schools as well. But the best way to counter that is a connection to conscience. And that's what the idea of a calling does. It asks students to examine their conscience, examine what kind of a business leader they want to be, what kind of a legacy they want to leave. And I'll tell you something, my students really resonate with this idea. Next, rebuild the business school on a system of aspirational values. And this is important. This is not simply a call for a value statement on which to brand a business school and then differentiate a market, which is something business schools are facing right now. It's called to make a clear declaration of the aspirational principles that will guide all aspects of the business school structure. How it selects and socializes students, structures a curriculum, co-curriculum and pedagogy, invites recruiters, chooses role models to come and speak, accepts donations that often leave a physical and cultural imprint on our facilities, and guides the research and rewards of our faculty. We need to make a statement about what kind of a world we want and what kind of aspirational principles will get there. When I bring this up with my colleagues, a number of them get quite uncomfortable. They say, we don't have the legitimacy to step into such a value-based domain. And I always roll my eyes because we are teaching a set of values already, whether we like to acknowledge it or not. We are teaching, for example, that continuous economic growth is possible, that government has a limited role in the market, that the environment is an unlimited source of materials and a limitless sink for waste, that people are driven largely by avarice, greed, and self-interest, and that work is merely a supply chain input and the worker is merely a human resource. These are exploitive principles and they are embedded in our curriculum. You know, Sumatra Ghoshal wrote a wonderful paper saying that some of the problems in business can be traced back to business schools. And to fix them, we have to change some things. We have to stop doing others. And so we have to shift from a focus of wealth extraction to a focus on wealth creation. Those are Joseph Stiglitz words, where he goes on to saying, moving away from wealth grabbing or rent seeking, trying to steal a larger fraction of the economic pie, and towards a recognition of the true sources of wealth of a country and the ability to get wealthy by creating wealth and contributing to society. So rebuild the business school on those kinds of aspirational principles. To do that, I think we need to de-emphasize the core. Far too much attention in my mind is placed on the tools of management, which are called the core, whether it's strategy, accounting, finance, operations. And we don't devote enough attention to educating students on how, where, and why they will deploy these tools. At present, we teach knowledge, and I really like this model here. What we do in our research and what informs our teaching is we take data and we look at relations and we create information. We take that information and we look at patterns and we create knowledge, and that's where we stop. We need to take that knowledge now and apply principles to create wisdom. We need our research to focus on wisdom, and we need to teach our students how to think wisely. Because the truth is, wise business leaders do not make decisions solely on knowledge, such as pattern information, regression analyses, and p-values. Instead, they assess that knowledge and make a decision based on wisdom, vision, character, judgment, integrity, ideas that are sadly missing in much of our business school curriculum. Number 4, move beyond simply monetary measures. Whenever I hear a student precede a statement by saying, speaking as a business person, I challenge them to stop and reflect on all that is excluded from that one simple statement and the extent to which it grants license to narrow one's focus and exclude applications of wisdom and the broader moral, cultural, environmental, and social values that it entails. When the market becomes our only language to understand the problems around us, the solutions are going to be impoverished and by definition incomplete. We need to start to focus on other measures of value beyond money. And to do that, we need to bring in enough natural science into business education to teach business leaders, future business leaders, how their decisions affect the natural environment through resource extraction, supply chains, manufacturing, consumption, and disposal. And we also have to teach them enough social and political science to understand how business activities affect the social environment through tax policy, wage requirements, and healthcare. Number 5, we need to train stewards of the market. Business schools need to develop a new kind of leader, one that's focused on mastering the domains of commerce, but also recognizes that they have an interest and responsibility in maintaining the integrity, stability, and equity of the system in which they'll practice their craft. And to do that, we have to teach them capitalism in all its forms and its history. Too often we just take capitalism as a given. We don't question its form or function. But we need to understand how there are multiple forms of capitalism out there. Scandinavian capitalism is different than American, different than Japanese, and how we got the one we have today. Capitalism is actually quite malleable, and it can evolve over time. And if it's no longer serving the needs of human beings, it can be adjusted. It has adjusted in the past, it can adjust in the future. How can we expect students to be able to understand how to change capitalism, how to amend it, if they don't understand how it works, how it got to where we are, what options are before us, where it's failing? This will challenge us to move beyond some simplistic notions that we teach in business school. For example, let's expand the pie. Let's just grow wealth. Let's create win-win solutions. Those are by definition very simplistic, and they really center around the idea that the wealthy can stay wealthy and will just bring everybody up. It leads to our ideas about trickle-down economics. There are some difficult distributive decisions that have to be made that if we're going to create a stable and sustainable market and economy for others. Number 6, re-examine the purpose of the corporation. If I walk up to any MBA student at any business school, Rutgers, Michigan, anywhere, put a mic in front of them and say, finish this sentence for me. The purpose of the corporation is to, they will parrot back, make money for the shareholders. Even to the point where many of them mistakenly believe it's in US corporate law, which it is not. And so this focus on the shareholder really leads to some very dysfunctional outcomes. And Lynn Stout has written quite a bit about this. I like her work. It focuses on one kind of shareholder, those that are focused on short-term profits. It leads towards connecting corporate compensation, CEO compensation, to short-term returns. And that leads to some dysfunctional outcomes for corporations. And many are turning away from it. Even Jack Welch, who's passed away now, famously known as Neutron Jack, one of the biggest devotees to shareholder value, has come out and said this is the dumbest idea in the world, quote unquote. He went on to say shareholder value is a result, not a strategy. Your main constituencies are your employees, your customers, and your products. Whether you make money is a metric of how well you do this. To my mind, this brings us back to the ideas of Peter Drucker. We said that the purpose of the corporation is to create and serve a market, serve the needs of a constituency within the market. Profits are one metric of how well you do that. But ultimately, quote unquote, the business enterprise exists for the sake of the contribution which it makes to the welfare of society as a whole. This is the kind of idea we need to instill in our business education and start to think about what is the leader of such a company, because that really does transform our conception of the leader. Number 7, discard misguided metrics and models. Shareholder primacy is not the only problematic notion that we teach in business schools, in many ways almost as gospel. Many of the metrics we use for economic calculations lead to actions that worsen our social and environmental problems. For example, standard discount rates. If we use a standard discount rate of say 5 or 10%, if we just use a straight line method, that says that, say a 10% discount rate, everything 10 years out and beyond is worthless. Is that really true? That's called your children's future. Nicholas Stern created a healthy debate on this when he calculated the cost of climate change. He said there are places where using discount rates, standard discount rates, is inherently immoral. And he used a very, very low discount rate and got a lot of blowback. We can walk through gross domestic product and the extent to which that leads us into some pretty skewed directions. And we can look at all the models, whether they're in accounting and finance, marketing, our human resource models, our organizational models. In many ways, they're so outdated. Just focusing on the last one, because I'm in the organizational behavior department, I am very frustrated by the extent to which we focus an inordinate amount of attention on multinational, publicly traded companies. And there are many other ways to structure an organization, whether it's a B Corp or an ESOP or a co-op or a hybrid organization or a low-profit LLC. The multinational shareholder company is not the only model that's out there. So moving forward, bring the government back in. I am stunned by how many business students think that government has no role in the market and that regulation is unwarranted intrusion in the market. This is really dysfunctional, it's really naive, and it's really destructive both for the companies that these students will work for and the societies that will serve them. I am stunned on how few business schools teach courses on lobbying, and sadly, how few of those teach the idea that lobbying can be a public good, it can be a public service. Government needs information to create regulation, and lobbyists can provide that information. All lobbying is not bad, but if we don't teach students about lobbying and we don't instill in them the idea that lobbying can be done for the public good to create a stable economy, a level playing field, a sustainable environment, we're doomed. It's that simple. Government needs to be brought back in to set the guardrails on the market in a serious way. Jerry Taylor has been really writing some nice stuff, a former libertarian who came to a recognition that there's some problems here with the libertarian ideal, because the last time I saw a country and an economy that didn't have a strong government, I looked at that as a failed state, and that's not what we want. The government has a role, and rather than debating over more or less government, let's start to have a serious debate over the right kind of government. 9, and finally, pay proper role or proper attention to citizenship. The mean starting salary for an MBA graduate in 2019 was $110,000, while the top consulting firms offered an average salary of $165,000 with an average signing bonus of $65,000. Let's bring it to the other end. In 2018, the median CEO compensation was $18.6 million. And the question I would simply ask is, to what end shall business leaders devote this wealth? Will they involve themselves in the world around them, or will they take that money and shutter themselves inside gated communities and just hoard their money for their own benefit? Should we bring people in to show our business students what you can do as a business leader, whether it's joining a board of a nonprofit or a hospital, whether it's your philanthropic efforts, whether it's your becoming much more civic minded. If we really, I feel like too many of our business students think that they're going to make a difference in the world primarily through the economic sphere, and they forget that they're citizens of the world and they're citizens of our country, and we need to bring that back in a serious way. Those are my 9 points to start as a way to just really fundamentally change the underpinnings of business schools. I would point out that there are serious obstacles to doing this. The first is, this is a systemic challenge. All aspects of the business school world have to move at the same time. That's not going to be easy. You really have to change the entire ecosystem, whether it's business schools, whether it's recruiters, whether it's the education of our PhD students, all across the board, the entire system has to change. You know, if one school decided we're going to develop a new system of metrics to evaluate our faculty, focusing on the ideas that I put forward, a junior faculty member would be very unwise to follow them unless they were guaranteed tenure, because they need a saleable packet on the market. And so all business schools have to move together. We have to change the rewards. Right now do not reward this kind of behavior. The famous paper we all read in our organizational behavior class, The Folly of Rewarding A While Hoping for B. If you want to see why business school professors do what they do, look at the rewards. And the rewards do not focus on developing new courses, restructuring the curriculum, connecting to practice. It's about our academic journals, and that's a problem. Certainly the rankings get in the way in a very serious way. The rankings place schools in a commodity trap. They really stifle innovation, and they homogenize our business education. I would challenge you that for the most part, the core curriculum across business schools is fairly uniform, because we're all taught the same curriculum. We all teach the same curriculum, and the rankings really stand in the way of that. And we need to start to rethink what we are as scholars, pushing the idea of the engaged scholar. I heard a lot about that from Chancellor Cantor about the idea of publicly engaged scholarship. I think that's critically important, and it requires a rethinking of the role of the academic in society. Now, those are the obstacles, but there is hope, because I think change has begun. Within the business world, there are questions being asked. BlackRock, the CEO, Larry Fink, sent a letter to CEOs telling them they have a responsibility to make a positive contribution to society. The Business Roundtable has come out with a statement redefining the purpose of the corporation as investing in employees, protecting the environment, dealing fairly with suppliers to assure the future success of our companies, our communities, and our country. And I like that, because it's situating the business within a system, moving beyond the sociopathic ideas that James Gamble talks about. And after Davos, the World Economic Forum redefined the universal purpose of a company as one that serves society at large, supports communities, pays its fair share of taxes, acts as a steward of the environmental and material universe for future generation. Now that puts the company within a linear, a time-based system that we have to think about the future. Now these are aspirational statements, and we have to watch to see how this conversation progresses, to see if this is brought about in tangible action. But It's time for business schools to step into this debate as well and start to engage this conversation and help it forward. The pump has been primed by these kinds of statements and this kind of conversation in the business world, and we have an opportunity to step in, and we can start to see change there as well. Up at the upper left, the Aspen Institute has its Ideas Worth Teaching Awards, and you can start to see some really interesting courses being developed around the country, and they publish the syllabi around the world, I should say, not just the country, around the world, and they publish the syllabi as models for others to replicate and adapt to their own purposes. You can find courses like Reimagining Capitalism at the Harvard Business School. Rebecca Henderson has developed this course. The students are devouring it. They're very interested in this topic. At the Darden School, you have a course on economic inequality. At the Adencia Business School, you have a course on alternative economic models. And at the Yale School of Management, you have the End of Globalization. These are just a taste of some of the courses that are starting to be developed out there for people starting to ask new ideas about what's the market, what's being done out there. On the right, we're starting to see some changes in the promotion process that has me rather excited. You're starting to see some schools are adding, at my school, added a fourth criteria called practice to its annual review of the standard 3 of research, teaching, and service. I'm seeing some schools allowing the tenure and promotion process, students to write practice statements and even get letters from people from the business world. What a radical idea, rather than just other professors who are really good at writing A-level publications. You have the Responsible Research and Business Management Network, trying to get the journals of our field, the top journals of our field, to start to promote more research that has practical impact in the world around us, and focusing specifically on the Sustainable Development Goals. And you start to see changes in the accreditation process. The ACSB has started to include societal impact of business school teaching, research, and outreach. So all of these lead to the idea that change has begun. If you think about Foster's S-curve, we're at the beginning of that curve. Will it continue and grow and permeate the market, or will it die on the vine and retreat back to prior pre-COVID standards? That's up to us. That's up to all of us to try and promote change and diffuse these ideas going forward. And one big pressure that can help us get there is our students. Our students are there already. I taught a course last winter, Business and Democracy, Advocacy, Lobbying, and the Public Interest, a brand new course. It was joint between the School of Public Policy and the School of Business. I thought I'd maybe get 20, 25 students, because you never take a first-year course, just like you never buy a first-year model car. You want to work the bugs out. I filled up at 70 students. I had a waiting list. The students want this content, and it's really important that we give it to them. You can look at surveys all across the board. It's been growing. Student interest in these topics has been growing. Most recently, in 2020, a survey found that business ethics entered the top 5 most popular subjects for the first time among MBA students. Nearly 25% of incoming students wanted a job focused on social impact after graduating, and nearly 50% wanted to do so later in their careers. I see it in my students. I'm sure you see it in yours. When I first started teaching in business schools back in the mid-1990s, most students who wanted to change the world, they went to schools of government or nonprofit management. Today, they're going into schools of business in increasing numbers because they see the power of business to make a positive influence in the world, and they want to steer business in that direction. That gives me hope. That gets me really excited. So those are the thrusts of my suggestions. I want to close with a simple thought to try and push this forward. And to do that, I want to introduce you to my grandparents. This is my grandmother. She was born in 1899. She was died in 1995. Think about it. When she was born until the day she died, she saw the advent of indoor plumbing, the advent of indoor electrification. She saw the first car, first flight, man land on the moon. She saw the first computer. She saw all this and more. She saw so much change in her lifetime. Now think about our students. How much will change in their lifetime? If you take the year they were born, at 80, that is the year they will die. Challenge your students. What will the world look like then? I can tell you that we can't imagine it. If I had told my grandmother the world she would die in when she was their age, she would have said, "You're out of your mind. That's never going to happen." That's how much will change. And I think the pace of change is accelerating. The challenge for our students is what role do they want to play in making it the world they think it should be? The challenge for us in business schools is to give them the tools and the skills, the knowledge and the wisdom to play that role in making the world what it needs to be. That's my charge to my students. That's my charge to you. I just want to add finally a little bit of a plug here. A lot of these ideas are going to come out in a book in February called Management as a Calling. I'm really excited about this concept, and I think my students really resonate with it. I hope it really catches on. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, I want to say thanks for having me here. I'm really excited to talk to everybody today. We are going to kind of just start from the beginning, and I'm going to try and give you something a little bit different than stuff you've heard. So I'm going to start with the big days. Okay, so one of the things I always like to talk about with life is that it is non-linear. And what I mean by that is, like, I think we're so continually almost programmed to think that because today is hard, tomorrow also is going to be hard. And because yesterday was hard and tomorrow and all these things. So we get in these funks. And so I think a lot of times, like, our gut instinct or the data that we're reading is wrong. And I'm going to start with a few of the big days in my life. One of the big days was September 5th, 2014. At about 5 in the morning, a prison guard walked down to my bunk and tapped the bottom of my bunk and woke me up. He said, "Hey, today's the day, you gotta get up." And I remember I wake up a little bit and I say, "Are you sure?" And he goes, "I'm sure." I go, "You positive?" He goes, Yeah, I'm positive." He was a Dominican guy, and he had this slight accent. And as he was telling me this, a few other inmates at the prison that I was at had come around my bed, and he said to me, "You didn't pack?" And I said, "Man, no, because I just didn't know if I was really going to get out of prison." And that was the day I got out of prison. To backtrack a little bit more, 3 years earlier, on September 2nd, 2011, I walked outside to smoke a cigarette, and I was surrounded by police, and I got arrested. And initially they said I was gonna go to prison for 180 years. So those are big days. And we're gonna talk a little bit more about that as we get through this. So I recently had another big day. This was earlier this year during a pandemic, and I closed my first $1 million investment to my company, right? Someone actually handed me a check for $1 million. And then I recently had another big day when I got accepted to a master's program without an undergraduate degree at London School of Economics. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take all those points and I'm going to thread those through. And so eventually we're going to have this story and why I believe in planning in tenure terms, why I believe our failures and our diversity is our greatest asset, and why the identity that you believe you have, you're able to change it. You can choose who you want to be. So I'm going to give you a little bit of backstory for myself. I grew up in California. What I like to say is I had a typical kind of U.S. upbringing. I mean, growing up in the 80s, you know, two parents, in what I consider a typical family. We had problems, we had good things, we had bad things, we have all of this stuff. But for some reason, for me, I never felt like I fit in. I never felt like I belonged. I never knew what I wanted to do. I had society telling me this. I had society telling me this. All of these different things, because I think as we're born and we grow up, we get programmed, right? Like, we should go to this. We should go to this. We should invest in this. And one of the things I always say is, if I were to tell my friends and peers and all of these people, hey, man, I want to go to school to be a doctor. It's going to take me 10 years. I'm going to probably go into a ton of student debt. Everybody would be excited for me. Everybody. They'd be like, man, that's amazing. Go be a doctor. That's awesome. Definitely be a doctor. People would brag about it. Hey, Daniel's going to be a doctor, man. Everyone would love it. But if I say, hey, man, I'm going to go into a bunch of debt and fly to North Africa and work in refugee camps and sleep on couches because I want to try and resolve a 40-year-old conflict, people think I'm crazy, right? But if it takes 10 years to be a doctor and it takes 10 years to be a lawyer, why can't I believe that if I invest 10 years in this work, that it will create value for me down the road? Okay, so when I was 14 years old, I ended up in reform schools. And
Oh, you gotta steal this.
I hear someone talking.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? No? Okay. So when I was 14, I ended up in reform schools, in and out of a lot of trouble. And then I ended up at 18 years old, got caught up in all sorts of craziness with drugs and alcohol. And as someone now who lives overseas and sees all these different worlds and stuff like that, and you see how different societies address different things, different societies oppose different things. For some reason, I just fell off the tracks. And I had this identity of, hey, I'm not worth anything. I'm not going to do it. I never thought I would really go to college. It didn't make sense to me. I wasn't interested in it. It was like reading, as I would say, it's like, if I read the Bible for 5 minutes, I'm going to fall asleep. Like, I just couldn't get into that traditional life path. I would try, and nothing ever seemed to work. So I spent my teenage years in and out of jails, and I was homeless. From there, I ended up one day walking down the street, drunk, getting arrested with a gun. And so I got arrested with the gun. I go to court. I was 20 years old at the time, I believe, if the timeline's right. And the initial DA wanted to give me 6 years. And he goes, man, you got to take a plea deal. I go, I'm not taking a plea deal. At this point in my life, I was just so exhausted that I said, no. I said, I'm not going to take a plea deal. Let's take it to trial. And he goes, but you're guilty. I said, I know I'm guilty, but I'm going to make the state pay for trial. I was just angry. I was embittered. I didn't feel heard. For most of my life growing up, I always felt like there wasn't people in my corner. And the thing about it too is it doesn't matter if there was, because I wasn't ready to hear it. I didn't understand that. And so, through that, I ended up meeting with this judge's counselor. They had him in San Diego, and we sat and we talked and all this stuff. And then I went back to court, and the judge opened my file, was looking at this and looking at that. He said, hey man, I have a plan. Instead of going to prison, I want you to go do this program. I said, oh, okay, what's the program? And he goes, it's a 6-month program. And I said, okay, well, do I have to go to jail? And he's like, no, you go to this program. So I ended up taking the program, and like any good young 20-year-old, right when I got out of jail, I skipped the program. I didn't go to the program. But I ended up checking in with the probation at the time. And finally, the probation officer says, hey, man, if you're not in a program by next week, we're going to send you to jail for 6 years. And I ended up going to jail, and I met a guy by the name of Les Lazarus when I was 21 years old, and he changed my life. He said to me, I remember it pivotally, is he said to me, what do you want to do with your life? That was it. I said, I don't know, man. He goes, if I was a genie and you could do anything, what would it be? And I said, fuck, man, I'd be a rock star. And he goes, well, have you ever started a band? And I said, no. And he goes, you should start a band. And he was this old Latin dude, right? Big handlebar mustache. And he had done like 15 years in prison. So when he talked to you, he'd be like, hey, how you doing, man? What you want to do with your life? And so we just vibed, because a lot of the problems that I had, he was the first person I felt like identified with me. And actually, if I said something, he would listen to me and go, okay, cool, I understand how you feel that way, instead of saying, that's not how you should feel. Hey, I want to do this. No, don't do that. That's stupid. You shouldn't want to be in a band. Go be a doctor. I don't want to be a doctor. And one of the things he said to me, because I sagged my pants. I'm 40 years old. I still sag my pants. And I remember this other guy in the program said, man, you got to stop sagging your pants. And my counselor at the time said, no, you don't. And they said, well, oh, you want him to look, you want him to change and all this. And my counselor, Les Lazarus, told me at the time, he goes, man, we can't change these people. If we try to force them to be somebody they're not, it will never stick, right? And so I just want to talk about that a little bit, because that's how I look at my life, right? What works for you does not always work for me. And what works for me is not always going to work for you. So if I say something tonight and you grab a grain of wisdom or something, that's amazing. But if I say things tonight and it doesn't pertain to you, that's okay too, man, right? Because we're allowed to have different approaches. We got Democrats and Republicans. Which one is right? It depends who you ask, man. Which one is telling the truth? It depends who you ask. And that is what I find that is brilliant in this world, right? Because everyone talks about the gatekeepers, but there are no gatekeepers, man. If you ask somebody and they don't respond, then go ask the next person. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm the first undergrad in this program at LSE I'm a first person in this master's program without an undergraduate. I probably sent 25 different emails to 25 different faculty trying to ask somebody to sponsor me for this program. I asked the first person, they said no. I asked the second person, they say no. Every single person, I would write something back, say, thanks a lot for your time. I really appreciate it. Well, if something changes, let me know. So after I left that program with Les, I ended up starting a band, okay? That band, it's called Time Again. We ended up getting a record deal, and we ended up touring the world, and I ended up getting married, and all of a sudden I had this big life that was the life that I had thought I wanted, right? This was the life that I thought I had wanted. This is the life that everybody dreamed about. But the marriage didn't work. I wasn't happy. The band wasn't exciting. I ended up traveling all the time, feeling like I was a Groundhog Day. And it just wasn't for me. Slowly, I slid back into drugs and alcohol. Went through a divorce. And about 10 years later, I found myself with pretty much nothing. I lost every single thing that I had built up. And then on September 2nd, 2011, I got arrested. When I first got arrested, I said, what am I arrested for? They said, tell us about this guy. His name was Kurt Livingston. He's passed away. So tell us about this guy. I said, what do you mean about this guy? I don't know what to tell you. They said, man, if you tell us about this guy, then we'll have a deal for you or something. And I said, man, I don't know what this is, man. I don't know. This is crazy. Throughout the whole time, I honestly never thought that I was going to go to prison. It was so crazy. And being in a discussion where people are telling you that something happened that didn't happen, that it pulls the entire fabric of reality from you. And I gotta say, man, it is absolutely the best thing that ever happened to me. So now we have all those things. I kind of caught you up to where I was at. And I told you some big days, right? The day I got arrested, the later on day when I went to LSE, the day I got out of prison, I had the band, all of those things, right? And so we have these big days and we have to celebrate them. The reason why I want to talk about big days is I want to go back to the little days, right? Because there's hundreds of things throughout every single one of those days that led me to that destination, right? And the reason why that's important is because life is really hard, right? Life is really hard sometimes. And there's sometimes, at least for me, I feel so depressed, I could barely even get out of bed. I feel like I'm in a hole that I can't dig myself out of. I feel like no matter what I do, there's this overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I want to talk about that because I could make a really strong argument that even though those big days are big, it's all of the little days in between. And so no matter what we talk about the big days or celebrate the big days, we need to understand that the big days are going to come, and they're going to go. And the bad days are going to come, and they're going to go. And if we can play in that in between, that place I call progress, that's where things go. And so now I'm going to talk a little bit about my methodology for life and what happened from prison, right? So, and I also want to tell you a little story too. This is a little off topic, but I'm going to tell you anyways because you guys are here. When I was in prison, I met this guy named Raymond Williams. And he was the first life term inmate that I had met. And he had gone to prison the same year I was born. And so I met this guy, and I still talk to him now almost once a week. He calls me on a click call. And when I met him in prison, he was the first person. I remember when I first met him and someone told me he was a life inmate, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, that's what they look like? Like I thought they'd be different. I'm like, he's just like me, you know? But he was also one of the most wise people. And he sat down to me, and I remember I was so afraid. And I remember like, what am I gonna do when I get out of here? What am I gonna do? And he would always just be like, hey man, calm down, man. Let's build a routine. I'm gonna show you how to do this. I'm gonna show you how to do that. And it was weird because probably the most uneducated person that I ever met has taught me equal or more than anybody else in my life. And I want to tell you that right now, because a lot of the things that I have, I've only learned through time, right? And now I want to build this company, and I want to be rich, man, and I want to do all these big things. As I get older and wiser, I realized that there was no way out but through. There's no way I could have accelerated this process. There's no free lunch. There's no way I could have rushed it, right? And so there's a few grains that I want you to think about is like, understand that things are happening at the pace they need to. There was a few years ago, I was in San Francisco, and I had just overdrawn my bank account, and I went and saw my dad, and I said, Dad, can I borrow some money? He said no. And I remember I was so mad, man. And he told me something, and he said, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. And give it a year or two, and everything will be different. And I remember I was so mad. I was like, man, what do you know? Blah, 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 blah. What about now? And he said something that stuck to me. He goes, man, I've seen this movie, and I know how it ends, right? And that was some wisdom passed on to me from someone older saying, hey, man, I've been through this, right? And the story is not over, so don't think that it's over. And you know, now we look back 2 years later, and he was correctly right. And so I want to talk about that as we kind of go on of these nonlinear spaces. So that day when I got out, September 5th, 2014, I ended up getting out, and I'm like, okay, man, I'm going to get my life in order. Everything's going to be great. I'm going to, get a job. I'm going to do this. Within 24 hours, I was drinking and I was doing drugs. I was right back where I started, a little over 3 years before in prison. And so I ended up calling my parole officer at midnight, and I'm like, hey man, I need to go to rehab. I need to go to a program. He said, what's wrong, man? I said, man, I'm drinking. He goes, don't worry about it. And I said, no, man, no, I want to worry about it, man. I can't do this in me, right? Because the thing about it is I don't want to defeat myself. I'm going to go through a lot of opposition in my life, but I can't make decisions that defeat myself, man. One of the main things in my life is I show up, right? And I show up no matter what, whether I'm scared, whether I'm unprepared, it doesn't matter. I'm going to show up every single time because I will not forfeit, man. right? Sometimes just showing up is the key thing. So I end up going there. I end up going back to the same program that I met the guy back in 2003, where I met Les Lazarus. And so at that time, I go back. Sorry, my phone is ringing. So at that time, I go back and I rebuild my life. At this point, I have absolutely nothing. Everything I own fits in a backpack. I have a pair of sweatpants. I have some boxers from the swap meet, and I go back to this program. From that program, the first job I had was I changed sheets for Airbnbs. I stayed there, living there for 30 days. After I lived there for 30 days, I ended up moving to a halfway house that I ended up staying at for another 7 months with 16 other gentlemen. I say 7 months, but I actually ended up getting a place to live after about 5.5. And I ended up going there, but because it was by myself, I couldn't sleep. I was so afraid of the dark. I was so scared of being alone. I hadn't been alone like that in an apartment or anything for years. And so I ended up calling the guy at the halfway house. And I said, hey man, I know my funding is not there. Is it possible if I could come back and stay there for a little bit longer? He said, sure. And I went there and I stayed for another 1.5 months. And I want to share that because I think trauma is super important, right? And understanding that we have trauma is super important. But the thing about it is once we understand that, man, it is up to us to take the actions to address that. The whole point of awareness is now we know what the problem is. How can we address that? So as that was happening, I was out one night at a nightclub and I met this lady and we started talking, and I had been out of prison a few months and it was a birthday party. And I remember she's like, we should go out sometime. And I'm like, oh, man, I don't know what to say. I'm thinking in my head, like the minute I go to the bathroom, everyone at the party would be like, yo, he just got out of prison, because everybody knew to be there except for her. So I'm like, I just got to tell her. So I said, hey, I'd love to, but I have a curfew. I'm in this halfway house. I just got out of prison. And she said, wow, I'm doing a PhD at UCLA on criminal justice and reentry. She's like, do we start talking about? She's like, would you be interested in coming to talk at my school? I said, yeah, let's do it. So I ended up going back there and talking there. The talk goes really good. They're like, man, you got to sit down with this guy at the mayor's office, man. You definitely got to sit down and talk about this stuff. So I ended up going to sit down there, and that goes really well. They're like, man, you got to talk to this guy, John Lynch, and this piano player is doing this thing, and you got to talk to them about this criminal justice program you're working on. And I just kept showing up. I remember being like, man, I'm so unqualified for all of this stuff, but I'm going to show up, show my experience, my expertise, and I'm going to read a lot. And so I did that. From there, it led to me getting another job. I ended up crossing paths with a guy from this band called Weezer. I don't know if you know Weezer, but I was in a band. I came cross paths. He's like, what are you doing now, man? And I was like, yeah, I'm doing this, and I'm changing sheets at Airbnbs, and I'm still doing that. And he goes, man, well, you should do some stuff with us. So now my life picks up. And then there was a pivotal moment. Something happened where initially it was about a shooting. And I said, man, we got to do something about this gun violence, man. We got to do something about criminal justice. We got to do something. Let's make a PSA or something. So I get these guys to make this video, and we do this thing, and it kind of like goes a little bit viral. From there, I get asked to speak at a conference. And this is another big day. But you know what? I didn't tell you this is a big day, because in my head, it's not a big day. It's not a day I look back. I cannot tell you what month it was. I cannot tell you something, but my trajectory changed. But it's not a day that impacted me, okay? So I go to this conference. At the time, Kamala Harris, our vice presidential candidate, was speaking on a panel, and I was on a panel, and we get into a conversation. We get into a big argument, and I say, I just don't think you're progressive, and I think you're misleading these people. And we get into a big argument about criminal justice, and what I brought up was the difference between criminal and right and wrong. And in America, we create everything's black and white. And I think that that's an awful way to approach things, because a lot of times the people who are in power making decisions are so distant from the people those decisions are impacting that not only is it negative, but the chasm's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It ended up in a huge argument, right? Her chief of staff yelled at me, and I went home that night and I had like the angry tears. I don't know if you've ever been so mad that you like cry. And then the next day, the managing director, she's now the managing director of Planned Parenthood, but she was the AFL-CIO at the time, the biggest union in the United States, emails me. She said, "Hey man, I was at that debate." I say argument, debate. I would love for you to come to our conference in Washington, D.C. and say the same exact thing you said there. I said, "Wow, I'm on parole." They go, "That's okay." I go, "Man, I don't think I can afford tickets." They go, "We'll pay for your ticket." I go, "Man, this is awesome." You know, I said, "Can I bring a friend?" Because my friend David had never been to Washington, D.C. They say, "Sure." A few hours later, I'm changing sheets in an Airbnb, and I get an email from the White House. And they say, "Hey, man, can you get on this call tomorrow?" And I remember being like, "What? Is this like a Nigerian prince or something? Like trying to give me money? You're not going to get my bank account, man." And I asked somebody, I said, "What is this?" And I asked my friends, nobody knew. So I Googled the number on the thing, and on Google pops up the White House. So I responded to the email, "Sure, I'll hop on the call." And from that, I ended up working with the White House for the next 2 years, advising on strategy, communications, and how we engage with people. The point of the conversation that I had with Kamala Harris, the same one that I had with the White House, and the same thing that I've had numerous times, is how can we have the most difficult conversations, right? We can't have things be taboo, right? If we say sexual assault or rape or racism, everybody gets afraid. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, right? But what I'm saying is we can't be so afraid that we don't talk about this stuff. And the conversation I was having with Kamala and all these things is, hey, we have to sit down, and the things that impact us the most and create the most trauma, we have to figure out a way to have conversations about this, regardless of how uncomfortable it is, right? And if we can figure out how to do that, man, people are ready for it, man. People are dying for authenticity, right? And I believe that we can communicate things in a way where it's real, man, and it's straight up, and it's empathetic, and it's with grace. But it's difficult. And guess what? You got to accept a lot of responsibility and say, "Hey, man, I made a horrible decision there. And hey, this is bad. And hey, this is, you know," and how can we do that? So from there, I ended up working White House, and all of a sudden, my life changed again when this guy named Jesse the White House said, "Man, we're going to talk to the president about some key factors for reentry from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. We'd like your thoughts on them." So I said, "Okay, yeah, let me give it some thought." He said, "I just want some bullet points." I said, "Okay." That bullet points turned out to be like a 32-page manifesto. And so I wrote this thing, and I ended up sending it out. And a few days later, I get a call, and someone goes, "Man, you got to quit music. You gotta get into campaign building." And I remember I was so excited to hear it, because I'm like, for the first time in my life, man, I have so much fun. I'm like solving these complex problems. I'm helping people. Like, I feel so good. I'm like, yo, man, like if you want self-esteem, do esteemable acts, right? So I'm just like, yo, man, I actually feel like I'm making a change. I said, "How do I do that?" And he goes, "Well, you know, you got to figure out someone to let you run a campaign." I go, "How do I do that?" He's like, "I don't know, man." And so I had an idea for an immigration campaign. I go, "Do we know anybody in immigration?" And they kind of rolled their eyes at me at the time, because they were like, "With the White House." Yes, we do. But someone goes, "Yeah, man, we know one of his advisors. He runs this big organization on the Atlantic coast called Casa de Maryland, 80,000 dues paying members. We'll introduce you." So I go to sit down with this guy who runs this program named Gustavo Torres. And I say, "Man, hey, by the way, I just want to take a minute. This guy right here, wherever he is, man, send him blessings, because this guy opened so many doors for me in my life, and I don't know if he knows." I tell him, but I don't think he gets it. I sit down and say, "Man, I got an idea for a campaign. I want to do it with your organization." We talk. We're in Silver Spring, Maryland, where we're talking. And I tell him, I said, "Man, I want to run this campaign called This Is My Home. I stay in my casa and this." And he goes, "Man, this is amazing." He says, "But I don't think we can afford it." I said, "That's okay, man. I don't need you to do anything. I just need your platform. I need your credibility. He goes, how are you gonna pay for it? I said, man, I'm gonna do a fundraiser or something like that. So what I did is I needed to build this digital kind of platform to run the thing. And then I needed to get some like faces of it. So for the digital platform, I looked up like first generation immigrants who had just come to America and said, hey man, I need help with this. Do you know anybody who can help me? Finally, an organization in San Francisco from people who are subcontinent India, they just came here. They said, yeah, man, this is an amazing idea. We will build the whole platform for you and provide you with staff. And then I started hitting up different like influencers, stuff like that. Eventually, engaged with Carlos Santana, Edward James Olmos, Dolores Huerta. We built this campaign. It ended up going crazy. Telemundo kicked in $250,000 for media. What's the other one? Not Telemundo, but another big, I can't remember, Television or something like that. They kicked in another $500,000. Next thing you know, Hillary Clinton endorses it. Univision. Yes, thank you. Someone said that to me. So they kicked that in, and all of a sudden, it just went crazy, right? And what we had to do is we switched to groundwork for the Clinton campaign. So Hillary had signed on to what we wanted to do, this comprehensive immigration reform. Bernie Sanders had signed on. It was amazing, right? Life was awesome. I thought everything was gonna be great. Man, now I'm clicked in. She's cruising to the presidency, and then she lost. I remember being like, man, what am I gonna do? I got on the plan. But then about a week later, I get a phone call from these people say, hey man, we want you to build this campaign. We got your information. And I said, who is this? I'm like, what is this? And it's Mike Bezos, right? Mike Bezos, who's Bezos? So you guys are, wait, Bezos, you're in La Jolla, right? And they said, no, we're in Seattle. I said, oh, okay, man. Well, yeah, man, send over the stuff. Let me check it out. But at the time, I remember, I'm like, I didn't know who it was. I thought it was like some kids organization or something. So I get off the phone and I Google it, and it's Jeff Bezos' dad. And they wanted me to be the first outside communication strategy consultant that they ever hired. So they sent me this thing, and I called them back, and I said to them, I said, hey man, I want to just be clear with you. I'm on parole. I don't know if you guys know that. And I would hate for you guys to hire me and find out later and then think I was doing something sketchy. And there was a little bit of a pause, and they said, well, can you do the work? I said, yeah. They said, you gonna go back to prison? I said, no. They said, okay, then it's fine. Later on, when I asked Sheryl Sandberg to hire some criminal justice people at her organization, and her president said, we can't find anybody qualified, I actually emailed the Bezos Family Foundation and said, can I drop your guys' name and say that you found somebody? And they said, sure. So I sent back an email. I said, man, we just worked for the Bezos Family Foundation, and they're pretty successful, and they thought we were qualified enough, so maybe you will be. And they ended up changing a little bit of policy there. So that's a little win. So now we have this thing. So then the Bezos thing comes out. That goes good. Next thing you know, I'm like, hey man, I got to figure out how to work with the UN and the World Bank. Like I really wanted to. I'm like, this is what I want to do. So initially I would just go to like conferences, and I would just go to places. Like even if I couldn't get in, I would just go, just like a concert, like a kid, you're going to go and try and get a scalper or something like that. I would go, right? Because if you, where the barber is, you're going to get a haircut, right? So it's like, if you put yourself around those people, that's what's going to happen. And so I call it like my information ecosystem, right? It's like there's people who are like, I want to own a big business, but I ask them the name of any CEO of a Fortune 500 company. They can't name any. But I ask them who Kim Kardashian is, they know. So they've created an information ecosystem that has them more qualified to be a reality television star than it is to understand where to get the information to run a big business, right? So what I wanted to do is I wanted to create my own world. So when I went on Twitter, anything that didn't apply to where I wanted to be, I didn't follow it, man. I go on my LinkedIn, I followed the IFC, I followed the UN, I followed this. Then I started to reverse hack it. So I'd look at jobs there and say, what are the qualifications? How can I check those boxes? Because theoretically speaking, if I can check those boxes, then I should be qualified for that job. So I started doing that. To this day, I still have job posting notifications for financial company managing directors and financial company CEOs. I still get them every single day, and I go look there because by my thought, the minute I can check all those boxes, that's the 10-year thing. And I have no idea why someone's calling me, but I'm sorry. We have regular phones in Dubai, so it's kind of crazy. But sorry, lost train of thought. But my theory is the minute I can check those boxes, I should be there, right? The same way a person can pass the bar exam, the minute you know that stuff, you should be able to be a lawyer. So that was the approach that I always had, right? And so one of the things that I think is super important, I want to talk from there. So from there, I ended up getting introduced to the now executive director of World Bank, Gunther Schoenlinter, who's become a great friend and mentor. And I remember thinking, what's the hardest thing in the world? Like, what can nobody solve, right? And at this point in my life, what I really needed is I needed not a job, but I needed a purpose. I wanted something that I could throw myself into that the odds are I may never be able to resolve it, right? And the reason why is because, you know, I had everything that I thought I could have, and it gave me nothing, right? And then I had lost everything. And I can tell you some of the best days of my life ever were in prison. I laughed harder sometimes when I was in prison than I ever laughed on the streets. And that's not good, man. That means I'm not living my life the way I need to be, right? I have this freedom. I have this freedom of choice. I have all of these things. And so I didn't want to start thinking today because it's not linear. And what I mean by not linear is a lot of times I think we think things go like this, right? Up and down, slowly. But it doesn't. It can go straight and then it can go all the way up, right? It's like a lottery ticket. I don't need to win the lottery every single time. I just need to win once, right? And so I wanted to figure out how can I do something where if I build enough life experience, it allows me to leapfrog the traditional path. And so that's what I did. I ended up, every money I had, I would go to different conflict zones in North Africa. I would start working into Gaza. I would go north through Lebanon into Syria and all of these different things where I'm like, hey, I don't really know what I'm doing, but if this is where it's at, I'm going to go there and I'm going to figure it out. And I'm going to be able to offer on the ground experience that no one else is going to be able to offer, right? And the thing about it is, it's not that I'm not afraid, because I'm afraid so much, man. It's just that I'm not going to forfeit, right? Like, you are going to have to beat me. I'm not going to give up or beat myself. So from there, I end up working all over the Middle East, initially in communications. And so what happened is, as I was doing these communications, trying to work on refugee projects and these big projects and homelessness, I realized, hey, no matter how well I communicate a story, if I can't operationalize it, then what am I doing? So then I figured, okay, now I got to build an operations thing. And so as I did that, I would research. I would go on the stuff on the UN portal, the World Bank portal, and I would research and I would research and I research. How do I become a vendor? How do I hit this? And I'd research and I'd research. And I'm like, hey, I got 10 years to do this. I got 20 years. I got 50 years, right? My goal right now, my professional goal, is I want to manage more assets than Steve Schwarzman, the founder of Blackstone, by the time I'm 73. And so that's 45 years away, right? That's what I'm working towards every day. And if I just get a few big wins, hey man, I could get there, right? Because the thing about it is it's not linear, right? And so as I started to do that, I said, okay, man, what I really need to change the world is three things, right? I need culture. I need to be able to tell story. I need influence, right? Which means I have to be enough of an expert that other people validate my expertise. And then I need capital, culture, and influence. Those three things. If I can bring those together, not only can I communicate a story, operationalize it, but then I can finance it. Those three things are needed, what I believe, for sustainable change. And so after I did the operational thing, I figured, okay, now I need to figure out how to build a private equity firm. And I remember telling my dad, hey man, I'm gonna start a private equity firm. He's like, oh, but now if I tell him, he's like, okay, yeah, I believe you. So at that time I figured, okay, how can I use capital for good in the United States? So I looked at things that use tangible capital assets and stuff like that based on research, right? What's the safest investment? What's the easiest way to get through? What's all of that? And it's real estate. So what I did is I researched capital stacks and methodologies for doing that. And when I say research, man, I mean read. I actually just ordered probably 10 books last week. So I section out my life the same way as it's a syllabus, right? The reason why we have job schedules is because if you didn't, you'd go crazy. The reason why you have a syllabus for school is so you can plan ahead. It's just better, right? So if you don't have a syllabus for your life, then your boss is an idiot, right? Yourself. And so what I did is I stepped back and I said, okay, man, how can I allocate my time the best? How can I plan? How can I build structure? How can I build routine? So every single day I wake up and I listen to 2 specific podcasts on economics and finance, right? And then I read for about an hour or 2 every single morning. It does not matter where I am in the world. I do that. That is more valuable and has brought more benefit to my life than anything else, right? Because the reason why is when I sit down with someone else in the same industry and I go to talk about something, you can tell relatively quickly if that person knows what they're talking about, right? Like I don't know a ton about football. So if I sat down to talk about football with someone who does, they're going to know in 2 or 3 minutes, this guy don't know. But they'll also know in 2 or 3 minutes, oh, this guy knows, right? And really being able to speak is one thing, but being able to communicate with people on the same level and the same type of phrases and vernacular, that's the code, right? And so I just said, hey, man, I don't need 1 million people to give me an opportunity. I just need one. I just need that one lottery ticket, right? And so that was my whole thing. If I prepare myself for that conversation, then the moment it comes, there's that vertical liftoff. That happened about 2 years ago when I was in Saudi Arabia. I ended up going to the Davos in the desert, the World Economic Forum, like kind of conference they have there. The first time I went, I didn't even have a pass, right? So I said, man, I'm gonna go. They're gonna have some side events. I'm gonna figure out those people. I'm gonna figure out how to get in there. And because I wanna work in emerging markets, the developing world, and I wanna figure out how to build structures. The reason why that's so important to me is growing up, when I told you I didn't feel like I fit in, is I felt kind of like a little refugee, right? Like I felt like I kind of always bounced around, nobody engaged. And so I go, man, and I also felt like I had a lot of talent, but I never had the resources, right? So what I want to do is I want to figure out how can I bring resources to people who have talent. And what that means is how can I bring resources to everybody, right? Because talent is universal and opportunity is not. So about 2 years ago, I ended up going back and forth to Saudi Arabia, and I met my partner now. His name is Mohammed Al-Gaid. And we said, man, eventually we're going to build a private equity firm. And the private equity firm, actually, it's crazy. We officially started in August. Now we're here in Dubai. We've raised a bunch of money this year. What I mean by not linear, I can actually say this, I don't know. I made more money this year than in the last 20 years combined. So if I looked at how I did in the last 20, actually my whole life, because I didn't make any money the first 10 years of my life. I was 5. But what I mean is it's like, it's not gonna go like this, right? It's like if I really like a girl, man, and I ask her out and all that, and she says yes, she become my girlfriend. She's still my girlfriend the next day. Now I just got to show up and be consistent. And if I show up and be consistent, then not only do I get to hang out with her, but she wants to hang out with me all the time, right? It's the liftoff that's really hard. And the thing is the liftoff may take 5-10 years, but that's fine, man. And so that's really the main thing that I want to talk about And before I go, as I wrap, the one thing that I think is most important is to really look at how much can change in a short amount of time, right? So I looked at nations and countries. That's what my study is on, right? So like now at London School of Economics, I'm focusing on the economic history of occupation in new nations, right? What does that look like? Over the last 20 years, man, 5 nations have been built, 5 countries. So that means it impacted at least 10, right? Because it broke off. That's a lot. If I go back 30 years, then you have the Soviet Union, East Germany. 40 years, you have the Iranian Revolution. So much can happen, man. But people always overestimate what they can do in 1 year, but they always underestimate what they can do in 10 years, right? The problem is they get so discouraged after 1 year that they give up, right? So now all of a sudden they're reinforcing this bad data. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible, right? It's the same if you're going to run a marathon. You're going to pace yourself because you know it's a long distance. And that's the same thing as you figure out these big goals. And one of that thing, the last thing I'd like to leave off on is faith, right? You've got to have faith. And there's a story, I think, that quantifies faith for me in the best way. And it was a study done in the 1950s at Harvard where they took mice and put them in glasses of water, right? So they take a glass of water just like this, and they put the mice in there, and they would let them swim until they drowned. And they wanted to see how long that was, right? So the first time it was 18 minutes. But don't worry, the mice didn't die. Right when they drowned, they would tip the glass over and the mice would scurry out. 18 minutes, okay? That was the first time. They did the thing again, right? 50 hours. They went from 18 minutes to 50 hours, right? And so that's what faith is, right? It's faith in something else. It's faith in this thing, right? Because what is the alternative? The first time with those mice, they didn't know, they fell down, but they got back up. Something happened, they got out the water. The second time, they just knew, hey, if I can hang on just a little bit longer, if I could hang on just a little bit longer, if I could hang on just a little bit longer. And so when I approach my goals of bringing capital and bringing opportunity to the frontier markets, man, it's like, I don't know when I'm going to get that one person that's going to give me the opportunity. It could be today, it could give me tomorrow, it could do that. But throughout my entire life, I've never been happier than when I'm working towards this, right? Money aside, success aside, all of those things. I was a rock star and I sang in front of 40,000 people. Sometimes now I sleep in refugee camps in North Africa and eat nothing but bread and water. And I can tell you, this is a million times better, man. It is so amazing and so fulfilling and so difficult and so complex. But what it is it's like that there's that saying that the greatest people in the world, they don't have jobs, they have missions, right? And what is your thing that makes you happy, right? Like for me, I want to bring opportunity and I want to provide for young people that I empathize with. My sister, who's one of the most amazing people I know, one of the most empathetic, kind, just awesome human beings. She's like, yo, I just want to raise my kids and spend time with my family. And you know what, man? I'm so grateful to hear that. It's amazing because I want her to be happy and I want her to follow her purpose. But the key is, I think, to start is we have to sit down and say, what is that? What do I really want to do? Right? And the analogy I would like to do, right, is it's not where are the places around me, right? If I'm in New York and I need to fly somewhere and I go to JFK and they don't have the flight there, I don't just pick somewhere in JFK. I look, do they have it at LaGuardia or do they have it at Newark, right? I look for another place that's headed to the destination that I want to go. Because there's a million ways to get from New York to LA. I can ride a skateboard, I can roller skate, I can ride a bike, I can take a plane, I can ride a boat, all of those different things. And so I think the most important thing is, hey, where do you want to go? Not where can you go, or not what's in front of you, or not what's your opportunity, like what job can my friend get me, Or like, what job can my dad get me? Or what job is easy? But like, yo, what do I really want to do? If I was a genie, what could I do, man? What would I want to do? Because the minute I know where I want to go, now I know who I need to ask and how to get there, right? Just like I wanted to be the head of a big financial institution in developing economies. So I could go on LinkedIn and I could say, okay, man, what are the qualifications these guys have? And let me do it. I'm doing my master's degree right now. I'm 39 years old. Man, I am so happy and having so much fun, you know, and I'm 10 years older than everybody in the class. And you know what? Everyone around me is happy and having fun. The thing about it is we are never too old to start again, right? And it's never too late to start for the first time, right? And so I just want to leave you with that, right? Not where do you want to be next month, next year, and not what do you want to own, right? But like, if you could create a life for yourself in 10 years, what would it be, right? And it can't be a concept, like I want to be happy. Because the thing about it is, if I ask 50 people what happy is, I'm gonna get 50 different answers. It has to be something concrete, right? Because then we can be tactical, right? Like, for instance, the girl, I want to date this girl, like a concept is, oh, I'm going to be so nice. What does that mean? Well, my tactic is, I'm going to do tactics. I'm going to open the door. I'm going to buy her flowers. I'm going to send her cards. These are tactics to achieve the goal that I've set out to achieve, right? And it's the difference between a concept and a tactic, right? And so I think as you look at your 10-year goal, think, hey, what's something concrete I could shoot for? And what is a tactic that I can use to measure the approach? And with that, we have a few minutes left. And so I'm going to wrap it up there because I feel like I'm having so much fun. I could talk a lot, but thank you guys so much for your time. If you guys have any questions, I think we have a few more minutes. I'm happy to ask them. If not, then thank you very, very, very much for your time. For all, if anybody wants to connect with me, hit me up on LinkedIn and sending you guys love from Dubai. Have a nice night.
So what I want to do is spend a few minutes kind of thinking about how we got here, you know, the historical context of business education, because I think it's informative and important in understanding where we are and where we're going. So if I look back in time, you know, business schools have been around only for a little less than a century and a half. University-based business education only dates back to the early 1880s. The Wharton School was the first business school created in the United States. And you know, if you look at how that, you know, kind of what the trajectory and evolution has been of business schools, it's been a very curious sort of Newton's third law phenomenon, where every action, you know, provokes an opposite and equal reaction. It's been very much, you know, ebbs and flow, periods of rapid growth and advance, followed by pushback, followed by retrenchment, followed by societal crisis and soul searching, and then another round. You know, it's sort of, there's elements of karma, there's elements of dialectic, when you think about this as well. Polanyi described it as the double movement, right? Sort of the ebb and flow of the forces of economic liberalism and societal and social protection, or Galbraith's countervailing force. You know, that I think we see this dramatically illustrated. And perhaps most interestingly, Carl Jung's notion of the enantiodromia, which essentially means, you know, in psychology, but I think it's true societally as well, the tendency of things that reach an extreme to turn into their opposites. And I think that well describes how business education has evolved over the past century and, you know, basically 140 years. And there's been, you know, I think as an important piece of that, there's been kind of an internal struggle, almost like an ongoing identity crisis for business schools. And I think it looks something like this, that on the one hand, during certain periods of time, there's a logic of, think of it as vocationalism, right? That business education is all about jobs, placement, you know, kind of getting tooled up, getting my ticket punched, making sure that I get a return on my tuition. Very transactional, right? That it's really training. It's vocational training on the one hand. And on the other, the idea that there's a higher purpose involved here, that it's a calling, that it's a profession, that it's really about fulfillment and purpose and career development and impact and acquiring the knowledge and skills and outlook in order to enable that to happen. A much more transformational agenda. And if we again look back over the past 140 years, it's been sort of an ebb and flow, push and pull between these two motivations, the transactional and the transformational. And I think we're in the midst of one of those again right now, which is where we'll end up. But first, let's look a little bit at where we've been. So if we think about the origins of business schools, it really came out of the Gilded Age, right? It was the result of pushback on, the industrialists of the late 19th century, starting in the United States. The tycoons of railroad and oil and steel fame and the financiers involved in that. There was rising social discontent, a growing kind of anarchist and labor movement, strikes that were unprecedented at that period of time. And it became evident to the capitalists at that time, because it was such an uprooting of rural life and move to the city, factory work and so forth, as Karl Polanyi described, that they knew that it was not only important to have a form of education in order to develop those people who could manage these much larger industrial organizations, because prior to the latter half of the 19th century, companies were mainly sole proprietorships and much smaller. So yes, there was the need for kind of skills to manage large organizations, but equally important was the realization, with the Wharton School and the Tuck School and Harvard Business School, all being founded in the late 19th century, early 20th century, that professionalization was crucial. This was Joseph Wharton's motivation, a fellow tycoon. And yes, it was about skill development, but importantly, it was about instilling a sense of social obligation to the greater good. That legitimacy was crucially important when it came to business education, because without it, these large corporations may well have problems remaining, right? And the industrialists realized that at the time. So legitimacy was a hugely important part of the original motivation for the creation of business schools in the first place. And this continued on, right, into the teens. There was an explosion of demand for business education after World War I, as you might expect. And so, business schools maybe lost their way a little bit because the Roaring 20s were the Roaring 20s, and it kind of tilted more toward vocationalism. But then with the Great Depression came the soul searching once again. And you had the classic work of Adolf Berle and Gardner Means, a classic work called The Modern Corporation and Private Property, where they established probably for the next 50 years, the principle of managerial primacy, that shareholders really take a back seat. In fact, they coined the phrase, the wages of capital, that it really ought to be principled managers that have society's best interest involved and understood. That was the driving force of thinking coming out of the 30s that carried over into the 50s, but with a very significant interruption called World War II, right? World War II, because AACSB was created in 1916 and was a driving force behind this kind of standardization, raising the bar when it came to business education. But World War II was a major discontinuity, as you might imagine. And coming out of the Second World War, AACSB took more of a back seat. That you had foundations and the federal government, right? The federal government, in winning the war, you saw the blossoming of fields like linear programming and systems analysis and queuing theory and statistical methods and survey methodology were crucial in the war effort, but also became very important in thinking about business education, applying those tools from the war to the large corporations that emerged from the Second World War as the world dominant players. That was the case given the destruction in Europe and Japan. And you had the federal government play an important role with returning GIs, many of them needing training and business education for jobs in these very same industries. And the Ford and Carnegie foundations came to the fore as important motive forces and shaping forces in business education. You had the founders, Ford and Carnegie pass on, leaving a fortune to these foundations. They were flush with cash, and their focus really was on business education. And at the time, the sorry state in their view of sort of a weak foundation, that professors were not well trained, that many of the students were unqualified, that they were not particularly research driven. And so they took it upon themselves to become a shaping force by putting significant money up to sort of quantify, to mechanize, to bring these tools of management science to fore and embed them in the business school curriculum, which is what happened starting in the 60s and carrying on into the 70s. It was really the beginning of what we think of as the core curriculum now, which has, maybe somewhat tragically remained almost unchanged with some, reform around the edges. Now, since the 60s and 70s, this is what really drove the modern business school as we know it, the very critical Ford and Carnegie reports and the application of these kind of quantitative methods. It was also the time when economics really rose to the fore, became in some sense the dominant discipline in business schools. Yes, the social sciences also were significantly advanced with the Second World War and the advent of survey methods and the development of survey methods. But the sort of the neoclassical economic paradigm really did reign supreme, the ultimate in quantification, and became the dominant perspective. Now this carried over into the 70s, of course, and set the tone for what I sort of think of as the takeover of business schools during the 80s by the finance and economics faculties. The 70s was a period of, as many might recall, of sort of a lost decade. Flat stock market, the oil embargo, the oil crisis, stagflation in the United States, that set the stage for the neoliberalist agenda to really rise to the fore. Milton Friedman's piece in 1970 being a crucial piece of that thinking, kind of the Friedman doctrine of maximizing profits and then the logic of shareholder primacy. And in some sense, what it amounts to is a repudiation of professionalism, right? The idea that, especially as we moved on from the Mont Pelerin Society and Hayek, Friedman became the president of the Mont Pelerin Society in 1970, to a much more academically grounded way of thinking about this, with agency theory, right, and efficient markets and so forth. There was a logic now for why share price was the defining feature, for why quarterly earnings were so important, for why we should embed executive compensation in share price, for why we should think about these managers as self-interested players, without that. So the idea of managerial primacy was flipped, right? That this is now the age of shareholder primacy. The assumption is managers are selfish, self-interested individual actors, and they don't have the shareholders in mind. And so now suddenly you have a well-grounded theory that's quantifiable, that drives kind of the research agenda during this period of time, and in some sense overturns the logic from the 30s of professionalism. It's almost a delegitimation of judgment, right? And becomes much more of a single objective function of share price. And of course, this is the philosophy that has driven business schools now since the 80s. When I came, I joined the faculty at the University of Michigan in 1985 in the business school, teaching strategy in 1985. And now as I think back on it retrospectively, I witnessed that change, that takeover. There were still many faculty in the mid 80s that were steeped in the earlier perspective of managerial primacy, but in fairly short order, most of them were retired, I guess would be the polite way of putting it. And the perspectives that I'm describing here really became the dominant perspectives. Now, we've seen what's happened, right? For the 30 plus years of financial capitalism has yes, there have been some successes to be sure, right? Over that period of time, we had especially the rise of China. Hundreds of millions of people lifted out of extreme poverty during that period of time. There can be no question about that. But we've also seen, the growth of toxic inequality over the world. The climate crisis is upon us, ecosystem degradation on a scale that we've not witnessed before, and a real questioning now of the logic of shareholder primacy, of short-termism, as was mentioned earlier. And so I think we're at very much of a tipping point as we speak. And I think that one of the best articulations of this comes from a book that I'll mention in a moment. But we see many countervailing forces that have arisen over the last, say, 20, 30 years. I've jotted a few of them down here. Many of you probably recognize these they're somewhat tribal, the buzzwords people kind of affiliate with different perspectives. But at root, they're all driven by the same recognition that the dominant perspective of shareholder primacy and market fundamentalism isn't working. And this is part of the countervailing force, part of the double movement that over the last 30 years has gained momentum and picked up significant strength. And I think if you're interested in a book that brings to life and tells the story of the evolution of business schools over the last 140 years, I would highly recommend Rakesh Khurana's book, From Higher Aims to Hired Hands. But I think now the important question is not so much how we got to where we are, but what are the implications of that for where we're going and more importantly, where we need to go. Have we reached a point? Are we at a similar point to where business schools were back at their inception in the late 19th century, when it became obvious to the capitalists themselves that legitimation was crucial? The embedding of sense of social purpose, of business for the greater good, was crucial to the continued survival of business, at least in the form that existed back then, the large industrial corporations. Are we at a similar point again today? And I think in many respects, the answer to that is yes, right? And we've seen lots and lots of books, Can American Capitalism Survive? And many of you know Lynn Stout's work on the shareholder value myth, which really counters agency theory in a very, I think, serious and well thought out way. And of course, we've seen the rise of many other movements, Prime included, importantly kind of pushing back, providing a counter narrative, providing an impetus to think about reform, right, in business education. And reform is important, in some ways it's provided a veneer of legitimacy, right, that we've seen these kinds of reforms begin to occur in terms of programs, and I'll say more about that in a few moments. But, I believe we really are at a tipping point, that capitalism really is at a crossroads as we sit here today, importantly so. And, for me personally, this has been an interesting kind of evolution as well. I feel like I've been living the double movement, if you will, as Polanyi described it, at least helping to create some of the counter narrative. I was at the University of Michigan for a long time and involved in the creation of what's now known as the Herb Dual Masters Program. Back then it was called the Corporate Environmental Management Program, dual degree between the business school and the School of Natural Resources and Environment. I was at UNC and helped to found the Center for Sustainable Enterprise there. And then at Cornell for 10 years, creating another center called the Center for Sustainable Global Enterprise. And as important as this work is, and all of these still exist, and I think it continue to do really important work, they really are in a sense a veneer, right? Because the rest of the school and the core curriculum has continued on pretty much unabated. And I'll say more about that in a moment. And so, I sort of reached a point where, my conclusion of where we were and where we are is that, for you Game of Thrones fans, winter is coming, right? That for business education, business as usual, and capitalism as we've known it for the last 30 years, I think we're at a tipping point, that it just simply can't continue, that for business education, I think it's going to be either slow death or deep change. And that's probably appropriate because of, when you think about it, the centrality of business education in creating the current predicament that we're in. in allowing shareholder primacy to dominate business education for the last 30 or 40 years. We need transformational change, not just adjustment around the edge, not just veneers of legitimacy, but fundamental change. And that's what I want to talk about for the time remaining today. That's been the project that I've been engaged in personally for the last 7 or 8 years. It started, as I say, 7 or 8 years ago at the University of Vermont, where a new dean came in, now going on 10 years ago, a guy named Sanjay Sharma that many of you know, who shared this vision. And we along with a lot of other faculty colleagues and corporate and business partners, have been able to mount something beyond what we would think of as saddlebag sustainability, that so much of what has passed for the countervailing movement has been like saddlebags hanging off the side of a horse, right? That they look great from the outside, they're visible from the outside, you can open them up and there's cool stuff inside, but you can always take these centers or institutes or programs off and it's the same old horse, right? It's that the fundamental, the core of business education hasn't really changed much in the last 35 or 40 years. So this was our project, this was our rather audacious goal in creating the Sustainable Innovation MBA program at the University of Vermont, which I say started now in earnest 8 years back, where the dean was able to abolish the MBA program that was there, which was shrinking and losing money. So he didn't get that much pushback. And we were able then to start with a clean sheet of paper and ask ourselves the question, what should business education look like going forward? What should 21st century business education look like? Realizing that, the predicament that we were in and, increasingly understanding and benefiting from history, right? How things, that shareholder primacy is not forever. This is just the last 30 or 40 years. There have been many other versions of business education prior to that. And it's time for us to think creatively how to get to what comes next. So our mission for the Sustainable Innovation MBA program is to reinvent business education, to develop and launch a new generation of leaders who will transform capitalism to solve the world's most pressing sustainability challenges. And, we've been, moderately successful in achieving that. The Grossman School's SIMBA program now has established itself as the #1 Better World MBA program, which is a corporate Knights ranking that some of you may know. We tend not to pay attention to, the Business Week or US News and World Report or Fortune rankings, which are all about the money and how much money graduates make. Not that we're against money, we're not against money. But we don't think that the purpose of business education ought to just be vocation, job, and money. That tilts to that, to the left side of that ledger that I showed you earlier. We think that it's time for business education once again to restore a sense of purpose, to restore a sense of calling, to restore a sense of true legitimacy of the role of business in the world. And that's what we've tried to do, right, in creating the SIMBA program. So we think of it as an MBA for the 21st century. How have we done this? What does it look like? Well, of course, it still has the core MBA toolkit. It must, right? You must have a core set of skills and knowledge about a core set of functional skills. But we approach this in a decidedly critical way, right? Rather than just articulating these courses, these functional courses, as indoctrination and training. It's all about learning them because you must understand what's underneath them, but approach them critically. What are the toxic side effects of blindly applying many of the tools and methods that have come out of the functions? And what's missing, importantly, what's missing? So we approach, as you'll see in a moment, even what we think of as the more traditional functional courses that way. And this is a 12-month program, and we're going to add more content, right, that we'll think of as the SIMBA difference. So the question is, how do we do all that in 12 months? And the only way to do that is to actually remove some of the legacy content. Now, for those of you that have taught in MBA programs for a long time, you understand that there is a lot of legacy content in MBA programs that have been around for a long time. That's unsurprising, right? That content gets embedded in, becomes part of faculty teaching loads. The motivation is to do research and publish, to minimize the amount of new prep. So it should be unsurprising that there's a lot of inertia around MBA content. And it's tough to change that, to reform it when you're just doing innovation around the edge. But we had the opportunity to start with a clean sheet of paper. It's like zero-based budgeting. We could look critically at everything that was there and make some conscious choices about what to leave out, right? Which is typically not possible when you're doing more reformist kind of work with existing MBA programs. So just as an example, you know, in many MBA programs still, there are 2 or 3 weeks of queuing theory, right, in like the core ops course. Not to denigrate queuing theory, it's very important, but is it really necessary to devote 2 or 3 weeks with hand calculations? Probably not. You know, does an MBA need to know what queuing theory is and what it's good for? Yes, and where to go if that becomes a serious issue for them? Absolutely, but that's probably something that can be taught in 15 or 20 minutes. And the same is true with many other areas that are, you know, that still occupy significant space in the MBA curriculum. So we've been able to kind of, because we started with a clean sheet, remove or minimize a lot of the vestigial content. You know, it's like the appendix, that there's really no need for that to still be there, even though it is. And in its place, have inserted a lot of new content. As I say, there's the critical approach to the functions themselves, but we also bring a lot of new content that you wouldn't typically find in an MBA program that's core, right? That's core to the program. Whether it's the SDGs or planetary boundaries or circularity or climate innovation or biomimicry, or how to approach inequality, how to think about inclusive business, how to engage in deep dialogue, how to practice empathy, how to think about appreciative inquiry. These are all crucial elements of our Sustainable Innovation MBA program, because we think they're essential to successful business in the future. You know, to the leaders of business in the future, these are core skills in our view. So it's a very busy 1 year. There are 24 courses over 4 8-week modules. It's a 45 credit hour MBA. It is an MBA degree. It's ACSB accredited. We embed a lot of teamwork training, a lot of leadership development and skills workshops. And then the capstone in the final 3 months, all the coursework is done in 8 months, 8, 9 months. And then we have a practicum project, which is a full-time capstone practicum project, applying this in a real world setting. Then, and I'll say a little bit more about this in a moment, a fair amount of time focused around career mentoring with innovators and residents from the real world and development in terms of career thinking. And I'll speak to that a little bit more. So just to give you a quick view, I realize this is a bit of an eye test, but thought I would show you what the actual curriculum is, right? And you can see the courses without the blue dots would be courses, you know, that they would be more functionally oriented that you would typically find in business schools and MBAs. But as you can see, these are very much taught from the perspective of sustainability and inclusion, whether it's business strategy for a sustainable world or sustainable operations and green supply chains. The functional courses are taught, you know, from that perspective. Then we have a number of other courses, as I mentioned before, with the where you can see with the blue dots, that you typically would not find in MBA programs. And these are core to the program. This is the SIMBA curriculum. There are no elective courses. Everything is core. This is like a boot camp experience for the students. It's drinking out of a fire hose. It's an extreme bonding kind of program because all this coursework is done in 9 months with the capstone practicum project at its conclusion. And a week later, the students graduate. So, you know, in kind of thinking about the program, we realized that yes, the curriculum is a key part of this, right? We think of this as the develop part of the SIMBA process, the actual kind of building of the sustainable innovation knowledge, tools, and capabilities. That preoccupied us deeply, as you might imagine, the first, you know, couple of years. That's pretty much all you're focused on. But it became apparent rather rapidly that if we were going to be successful, we had to figure out how to identify and attract the right students, right? That this is a very different looking MBA. And so it took us some time to figure out how to communicate about the program and to identify where are the deep wells of prospective students for a program like this. And one of the things we realized was that many of the students who are most interested and who end up coming to our program aren't necessarily those that were thinking about MBA at all in the first place. In other words, we're not competing with the incumbent MBA program so much for students. We're actually opening up new ballrooms of prospective students. These might be people who are thinking about graduate school. They knew they wanted to do something positive in the world. Maybe it was public health, or maybe it was environment school, or public policy, or law school, what have you. But when they became aware of our program, it changed their thinking, and they realized that this was a pathway. That purpose-driven, sustainability-oriented business was a viable pathway, and so this sort of attract piece of it, obviously crucial if you're going to bring the right people into a purpose-driven business program like ours. But then, even more importantly, we realized that on the back end, if all we did was try to bolt on a conventional MBA placement office, not only would it be disingenuous, but it just wouldn't work. I mean, those companies and that recruitment process is geared toward the existing top 20 MBA programs, not a program like ours, which is not in the conventional top 20. It is #1 in the corporate Knights ranking. So we've spent the last probably 3 or 4 years really thinking through an alternative structure we call launch, not placement, enabling students from the very beginning, because it's a 12-month program, first to sort of figure out who their best self is, for them to kind of self-discover, what's their North Star, and then to, as quickly as possible, identify what's the immediate next step they want to take after business school. And then to work to skill them up in terms of informational interviewing and networking, and then to actually get them in touch, in a network. So we've tried to build a robust network we call a Changemaker network from Ashoka's part of our network. So they allow us to borrow that term, of people out there in the world of practice, in corporate transformation, in purpose-driven business, in clean tech venturing, in inclusive business, in sustainable finance and impact investing, in the NGO world that view business as a vehicle for change, because those are the places we think we really prepare people for, and have over the last 3 or 4 years developed a new process we call launch rather than placement, which we think is crucial to long-term success for a program like this. And that's how we really have impact, because our ultimate intent is to have positive impact out there in the world. So another way to think about this, in terms of placement versus launch, on the horizontal axis, you have, sort of organizational life cycle. There's startup ventures, there are established firms, there are those that are going through, perhaps some of their businesses have reached the end of their life cycle, so they're looking to change. And then on the vertical axis, you can think about more traditional MBA jobs, which are all about functional execution, right? That the recruiters are there to hire people in marketing and finance and operations and consulting, in corporations, in banks, in consulting firms. And it's all about executing on current strategy as much as any. So in a sense, it perpetuates the status quo. Whereas we think about Simba roles more as change makers. So our focus when it comes to launch is on kind of in the startup side, kind of thinking about, as an entrepreneur, getting engaged with entrepreneurs that are innovating, that are creating new business models in the clean tech, regenerative tech space, in inclusive and base of the pyramid business, and the investing, right, in terms of sustainable finance and impact investing that goes with that underpins that underlies it. And then on the other end, those existing corporations that are looking to transform, to generate new experiments, new business models inside their own firms in the same sort of clean regenerative tech space and an inclusive base of the pyramid business, and the consulting that goes along with that. So we see those as sort of our sweet spots, where yes, they have to understand the world of the implementer, and in some cases may take jobs in those places that the companies themselves want to bring change agents into conventional functions with an eye towards transforming them. So this has been the way we've tried to think this through, and how we've oriented the program, and then how we try to build a launch function rather than traditional placement. So we think that there's a unique value proposition here, at least for starters, because unless you can kind of make a case and stand the program up, you don't have anything. So you've heard a bit about the curriculum, and you know, we're accredited by AACSB. That was actually quite a smooth process. It was not, we didn't get pushback at all. In fact, our examiners told us they had wished that more business schools were creating programs like ours. Have developed this launch system. It's a 1-year program, so only 1 year of opportunity cost, you know, 9 months of extensive in-residence experience and 3 months capstone, as I've said. And then lastly, and I think equally importantly, we took it upon ourselves to just unilaterally dramatically reduce tuition. That, you know, University of Vermont is a state school. So in state for the degree, it's low 30s, around 32,000 right now. Out of state for the degree is the low 50s, right? So students graduate with a car loan rather than a home mortgage, which allows them to have more flexibility in terms of thinking about their next steps, right? They don't become slaves to debt service, which gives them a lot more flexibility when they think about launch. In some cases, that might mean taking a series of project experiences in order to gain experience rather than needing to have a high-paying full-time job right out of business school. And we view that as positive, right? We're not evaluating ourselves solely on how much money our graduates make. So I think this combination of factors is quite important. So just to close, I think this idea of the next capitalist reformation, extremely important, because I think we're in the throes of that. It's happening, right? We can already begin to see it out there in the world. You know, whether it's the Larry Finks of the world or the extensive kind of innovations that are occurring within corporations, collaboration around climate, around poverty, around smallholder farmers, around sustainable ag and food, around circularity. It's happening out there. So we think business education needs to join the party and to not be purely reactive, but get out in front and lead. Right? So how can business and capitalism be redesigned to include, serve, and lift the underserved, and simultaneously conserve and replenish the natural capital that supports all life on Earth, and make money doing it? That's really the key. And that means to involve ourselves in the enterprise of creative destruction. That it's not about just the SIMBA program at Vermont. We need to be thinking about creatively destroying the entire industry. That in the coming years, business education needs to be transformed. And that starts with all of us, right? It's going to come from the bottom up. It's going to be Christiansonian disruption. So I think it isn't necessarily the top 20 incumbent MBA programs that are going to lead. It's going to be the hundreds and hundreds of others, many of which are, you know, that the changes that are occurring are already existential threats, where we have an opportunity to be innovators, to really step out and participate in this process of creative destruction. So just to close, you know, I think the challenge is the scale, right? How do we scale this and really participate in a wide scale innovation beyond just the Grossman School? We must create a larger initiative to do this. And to me, this is what Prime, you know, is all about, should be all about, needs to be all about, right? How do we rise to this challenge? How can Prime become a driving force of this transformation of business education, not just kind of innovation around the edge for reform? So let me stop there. Thank you all.
Thank you, Stu. That was fantastic history and bringing us up to the present. We have a few questions. If you look at the Q&A, you'll see them. So I'm going to start with the last question from my partner, Mike Barnett, the academic director for the Rutgers Institute for Corporate Social Innovation. And he says, hi, Stu. The big challenges of this are faculty inertia and student employability. Can you please provide some details on how you overcame faculty resistance and the employment outcomes for students?
Yeah, he's exactly right, of course. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, there's a certain, each school's different, right? Sort of where each school starts is somewhat different. So I can tell the story of how it happened for us at the University of Vermont in the business school there. And this is another reason why I think in some ways it'll be, you know, what we might think of as the second tier schools that have the best chance of doing this. You know, because I lived most of my career in the tier one, you know, I was at Michigan and UNC and Cornell. So I know what that world is like. And And part of the reason that there's so much resistance in places like that is because the faculty are, they've been so rich in resources, right? That they're fully funded, summer support, you know, all kinds of, you know, travel money, you know, it's really been Fat City. I hate to say it, but it has, right? And then that reduces motivation to change, right? That you have faculty then also have developed a comfort level in terms of their teaching load. They don't want to change it. But when you're in a second tier school, it isn't necessarily that easy, right? That the schools that are more resource constrained, maybe that don't have as much summer support, that don't have as much research money and travel money, there's a little more openness to think about how the school might innovate in order to improve their position, right? So they're more hungry, I guess would be the way to put it. And so that was certainly our experience, I think, you know, at Vermont, was that we didn't encounter anywhere near the same kind of resistance that you would get, you know, at the top tier incumbent schools. In fact, there was kind of an interest and openness even among the finance faculty. That was the case. And, you know, and we were then able to assemble a multifunctional team in thinking through what the structure of this curriculum should look like. And it also reached out beyond the business school, because the truth is when we started, there weren't faculty that could populate all those courses that I showed you. So in the early going, a number of the faculty that taught in the MBA program were not business school faculty. They were faculty at Vermont, but they weren't in the business school. And that brought kind of interesting perspectives to bear too. And we did some, you know, things like storyboarding of courses and programs so that everyone could see what everyone else's content was. And it served to kind of help kind of open people's minds and open people's thinking. And then as the program took root and became, you know, more recognized, it was a vehicle for recruiting new faculty, right? So one of the things we found was over the last 6 or 7 years, I mean, it's a small school to start with, right? There's 40 full-time faculty. But the success of the SIMBA program helped to attract faculty who probably wouldn't have thought about coming to Vermont previously. They could have competed for jobs, you know, in tier 1 schools, in many cases research active, but decided they happen to be faculty whose research agenda was in sustainability and purpose and so forth. And they saw Vermont as the kind of place where they could have colleagues who had the same interest, where they could have teaching load in a program like SIMBA, and that was attractive to them. And so over the last 6 or 7 years, we've been able to recruit, you know, 6 or 7 new faculty off a base of 40, right? It was still about, I'd say the net increase is maybe 2 or 3 faculty, but there's been turnover. And we've hired several new faculty, all of whom, or pretty much all of whom, came because of their interest in this area and the opportunity to teach in the SIMBA program. So it's served as an attractor, and I think has helped to kind of embed this in the school's culture. And then that's in turn allowed us then to bring more and more of this content into the undergraduate program, which is also being transformed. But that's a much slower process because it's much bigger, right? That's 1,000 students. The MBA program is still small, but because it's small, it allowed us to really turn that to fundamentally transform it. It's tough to fundamentally transform a program with 1,000 students, right? That's more like a tanker, turning a tanker. But having the SIMBA program as our leverage point has allowed the kind of the building of this culture and faculty that I've just described, and then that in turn influences the undergraduate program.
Okay, so we had the second part of Mike's question on the employment outcomes for students, and a related question from Nirma, who said, who are the companies recruiting from this SIMBA program, and what is the success rate of student placement?
Yeah, so this comes back to the idea of launch versus placement, right? So, and this is still, you know, full disclosure, a work in progress, right? So I'll be brutally honest. In the early going, we were pretty bad, right? I mean, there was so much focus on the curricular innovation, as you might imagine. It was a completely new program from scratch. So the first year or two, we weren't able to focus a whole lot on the back end, right? On what we're now calling launch. Yeah, I mean, we were able to kind of bring in the usual suspects in Vermont, Ben and Jerry's and Seventh Generation and Burton and, and Cabot and Native Energy. And so there's an ecosystem of these kinds of companies in Vermont. Then, we're also able to attract some larger corporations, more global companies, that got involved too, even in the early going. Practicum has helped us a lot with that because we're able to structure projects in these organizations that then in some cases lead to work opportunities, to continuing opportunities beyond the practicums themselves. But it's really been just in the last 3 or 4 years as the curriculum is really, we've been able to stand it up, and now that's in more of a continuous improvement mode, that we've been able to focus, kind of fully on launch. And to be honest with you, what it takes is building as big a network of practitioners who share this DNA as you can, right? So rather than the conventional recruiter approach, which is locked up by the top 20 schools, we can still go to some of those corporations, the PepsiCos and Unilevers and others, but you establish different routes in, right? You build relationships with people in those companies who share this view about business. And they're the ones that network you into a smaller number. In other words, it's not a routinized placement machine. It's a more customized kind of set of relationships. And we now have, well over 100 people in the world of practice that have agreed to be part of our Simba Changemaker network, which means they're willing to spend time with our students. In some cases, they'll do, informational interviews. They'll do a session with the students. But, at a minimum, take phone calls, answer emails, provide referrals, give in-reach into their company, be career mentors. And so we view launch, as sort of an organized networking exercise. That's really what it is. And yes, there are some, kind of fully baked jobs that are out there and we obviously the more of those, the better. But in many cases, our graduates are not ending up landing, defined jobs. That part of this is building a culture around the MBA program of being a creator and a hunter and an entrepreneur, not a passive recipient of jobs. I mean, I think this has been one of the aspects of the 80s version of business school, which is I'm coming to get my ticket punched and get tooled up so that I job offers land in my lap that pay 150K, right? I think that's where we've been. I don't think that's where we can be going. So where we're going, I think, is the creation of a more entrepreneurial student culture, where even in those business schools now, right, in the incumbent schools, the students that have this interest, that's how they think, right? They realize that the recruitment process isn't going to get them to where they want to be. They have to kind of think more in a more entrepreneurial way outside of that system. For us, that's our whole program, right? So we have, I suppose, the opportunity to actually try to structure and build an organized approach to launch rather than just leaving it up to the students to figure out, with whatever help we can give them. So that's been what we've been up to, is trying to actually build a structured program called Launch, which includes kind of working with them, kind of assessments and counseling to help them figure out where they want to go. And then this organized networking process through the Changemaker network down avenues of change that we think we prepare people for: corporate transformation, purpose-driven business, clean tech venturing, inclusive venturing, sustainable finance and impact investing, and populate, our program with practitioners in that space.
Great. We're just about out of time, and we have a number of more questions. So I'm going to fire a few of them at you for quick answers. Someone asked, Giselle asked, is the MBA program online?
Yes and no, right? So prior to COVID, no. It was a purely residential program, and that was one of its strengths, was that it's a very personal, intense, face-to-face experience, like a boot camp, which creates strong bonds between the faculty and the students that last. So we have now six cohorts of graduates. We stay in touch with all of them, right? I mean, so it's a pretty tight group, as you might imagine. Now, COVID has forced us, just like a lot of other programs, to adopt more of a hybrid approach. Although I'll have to say, even this year, our group of students are on campus at the University of Vermont. Vermont is less hit by COVID than a lot of other parts of the US. So the students are there in residence, but some of the classes are being taught online. And so we view that as perhaps a pathway toward offering an online version of the program. But what we do have is, and it's spun out of the university, is an actual online certificate program called Leading the Sustainability Transformation. It's an 8-week online, fully online, virtual, synchronous and asynchronous program. And if you Google Leading the Sustainability Transformation, it's being run by an outfit called Whole Works. And so that exists as a badge certificate program that spun out from our Simba program.
Okay. We had a couple more questions and then we will have to move on. So thank you for this inspiring presentation from Suzanne Ritter von Marx. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you attract students? What are your experiences here? Which are the best and fruitful ways to attract students? How do you get in contact with them? Thank you.
Yeah. And it isn't necessarily so easy, right? And so in the beginning, when you're starting from scratch, so the University of Vermont, as a business school and as an MBA program, did not have much of a reputation 8 years ago. It was more of a local, regional evening MBA program for, like IBMers. Burlington used to have a strong IBM presence that shrunk. That's one of the reasons why the MBA program shrunk. So when we started, we were starting from almost no reputational base, which isn't necessarily bad, because at least we didn't have a bad reputation, right? It's just that nobody had really ever heard of the place. So we spent a fair amount of time, kind of going, on the road a bit, right? So net impact was important, right? In beginning to at least communicate about the existence of the program. And, there are various other kind of graduate school recruitment events, that are also geared toward graduate students that have, sort of positive social impact as their primary motivation. The people returning from the Peace Corps turn out to be a very interesting audience to appeal to as well. And it's possible to get your message in front of those. So we spent a lot of time kind of searching for venues where we knew were populated by people that were potentially interested in graduate school and were motivated by making positive contributions out there in the world. And then also doing a fair amount of digital marketing, right? So it's possible to do a lot more targeted digital marketing these days, and even more now than 7 or 8 years ago. And then, as you stand up, and you have to be willing to lose money for a few years, right? So we started with 20 students, right? And that obviously loses money. It took us 5 years to get to the point where we broke even. So that requires leadership that's willing to stay with it, that's willing to underwrite it for a period of time until you build enough reputation and word of mouth out there. We're at a point now where I think I hate to say we're established, but there's enough, there's enough reputation, enough knowledge that the applications, it's interesting that the number of applicants, we had 2.5 times the number of applicants this year as we did last year. Now, a lot of that's COVID, right? But even before that, we were, it was kind of 20-30% growth in applications year over year. Compare that to the conventional MBA, which is seeing declining number of applications. So we think we're doing something right and probably in a growth space rather than in a declining space.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. A couple of people are asking if you're willing to share the slides. I know we're going to post the recording.
Yeah, what I can do, Jeana, is I can make a PDF and send it to you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Stuart. Let's applaud. I think there's a way to clap on here. Fabulous presentation. Thank you so much, Stuart.
My pleasure.
All right.
Warm welcome to the 5th Prime Northeastern Conference. I'm honored and I'm very, very happy for your invitation to come here today and to talk about Prime, and also to talk about something that I really would like to hear your comments on, and I would like to engage a wider debate on.
It is already going on, and I will present a little framework as part of the discussion here on the impact-based society. So today we have about, as I said, 820 signatories across 95 countries in the world, and 12 prime regional chapters is how we have organized the regional work that is going on. So it's any one of the individual institutions that have signed up to Prime are in principle invited to be part of a regional chapter somewhere in the world. As you can see from the map here, we have a broad representation across the world, but there are also some areas where we still are working on developing. So I just put up here on the slide the 12 chapters and who they are, where they are placed in the world. And also you will see that Prime Chapter number 10, that is the Prime Chapter North America, which includes the United States of America and also Canada. It is led by Chapter Chair Elizabeth Collier from the Dominican Business School University. So a lot of work, and I will say these 12 chapters is actually the backbone of Prime. This is where a lot of work is going on. This is where a lot of new initiatives that are locally adapted to the individual context of the Prime work. And what I see these days over the past 5 months where I've been head of Prime is I see the appetite for working across these chapters, actually to learn from each other, from, for example, the North American to liaise with some of the other chapters. And I've seen recently how the Brazilian chapter is working with the Central and Eastern Europe chapter and also the Indian chapter. And that is about student engagement and about faculty development. And that is sort of a Prime-led initiative. Since we have this global outreach, it is not difficult to find like-minded colleagues around the world. The Prime, just a sort of a little check-in on the Prime North America. So the Prime North America, that may be of particular interest to some of you at least, was established in 2014 after a first meeting the year before, and then the chapter itself was actually established then. So this is 6 years ago. And today the North America chapter is the largest chapter of Prime with 149 signatory schools and universities. And I think it's important to say that when we have this focus on business schools and management schools, that is very much where Prime sort of come from. But what we see in particular also in a US context is that many of these business schools are of course part of a larger university system where other faculties of technical sciences or of maybe the natural sciences or humanities also become more and more interested in discussing responsible management and discussing the impact on sustainable development that they may have with their research and not least with their educational programs. So right now we're having a discussion across Prime to what extent we could open more up for universities also in other parts of the world to actually engage, because we know that young students across the different faculties and the different universities will also importantly be leaders and make important decisions for the world. So how do we contribute to that these important decisions for the world will also have an orientation towards sustainable development? The other sort of important leverage that we have in the Prime work is the working groups, as I mentioned before. And here in the working groups, we have a lot of research going on, and research with an orientation, a lot of it with an orientation towards how do we get this into the classroom. So we have, for example, work here on business and human rights and climate change and environment, where a small group of people across the Prime community across the world have sort of, for example, invested in a lot of effort in developing a carbon literacy program that is now taught widely. Also at the Academy of Management has picked it up. And of course in Prime, this is something we teach across, and we offer to our, currently we offer to some of the chapters that take a particular interest in this. And the idea here is that we should have more and more prime community educated, you could say, as ambassadors, but also themselves as teachers of the climate carbon literacy training in order to make that grow and work. And you can see we have a prime working group on gender equality and on sustainability mindset and so on. So importantly, these working groups are not sort of set in one particular way to be governed or to be regulated, but it's very much you could say, a bottom-up initiative where a group of scholars across the prime community and across the world often come together to do research and to get that research into the classroom together. Right now, we are exploring two new groups, actually one on leadership and also one on sustainable finance, which we see our students and also practice becoming more and more interested in. So there's a lot of room for an opportunity for extending and expanding the working groups. The third thing that I want to mention about the initiatives of Prime is the champions. And this is now in the so-called fourth cycle. That means it's the fourth group of schools that we have in a cycle. It's a 2-year cycle where, in this case, 38 schools have signed up across 20 countries. And they've been discussing over the past half year 14 different project proposals that they would like to engage in across this little community. And there's a lot of things going on in the champion group. I think some of you here in the audience are actually also part of this, as I saw some of your names before. But I think one of the important things that where I think has a lot of promise and which I have a lot of hope for, that's the Prime blueprint for SDG integration in business schools. So the idea here is to come up, or this has already been developed as a template for how can this actually happen? And what we are right now exploring in the champions group is how can we put some content into this new template, you can say, and how can we get that into a website so it becomes a repository for true knowledge exchange on curriculum, research, and partnerships for business schools. How do you get started with this? And how can you get some good ideas if you, for example, want to teach sustainable development in your accounting course or in your finance course, then we would like this, or the idea is that this blueprint will be a repository to go and find inspiration and to go and find case studies, to go and find other courses, curriculum that has been developed, and to go and find great ideas for how you actually make this happen. So I think this is very exciting work. And again, this is actually a work that has sort of come out of a lot of schools' engagement in making this happen. Then I just wanted to take the opportunity also to tell you about a lot of the things that are going on. I'm not going to go through all of these things, but just to let you know that that what we two things I would like to mention in this respect is, for example, the point 5 here, the webinar series. So here we have every month a Prime chapter talk, where a chapter around the world will be invited, or perhaps 2 chapters together will innovate and design a particular discussion over 1 hour, a topical hot spot, you could say, or hot challenge that is of interest for that region in the world. For example, we have had the Central and Eastern Europe to talk about some of the issues that they find. For example, from Moscow, we heard about the increasing polarization that is happening in the classroom and now in the virtual classroom, where students become more and more dependent on news they get from one source and not across the classroom, because many of the students are left very, very alone in their dorms or in their rooms, wherever they are situated. In this was in particular from the Russian evidence or talk. So the professor, him or herself, become a very, very important dialogue partner for those Russian students. And we had a wonderful discussion about this at that webinar, so that Prime chapter talk. The other thing that I have invited a number of deans to have a discussion about how they work with responsible management and how they support from a systemic level at their institutions the integration of sustainable development into their schools. I think it's fair to say that maybe 10, 15 years ago was often the business ethics professor alone in his or her institution that was leading the way on these important issues. Whereas today we hear a new voice where deans are actually talking about responsible management and the need for sustainable development, not only, but importantly, of course, in the classroom, but of course also across the school in general. And how that actually happens and the different ways of making that happen, the different incentive structures of making that happen is something that I'm having every month a dialogue with the dean about this. And I also wanted to bring to your attention point 9 here that we are discussing right now to have new chapters established. We're discussing to have a new chapter of Africa, a new chapter of China, and one for Iberia, and to re-engage some of the chapters that have not been so active over the past years. So this is just to say that there's a lot of things going on in Prime right now. And of course, I'm proud to show to you, if you have not already seen on our website, the new Prime board that had its first meeting, or was established in May, had its first meeting in August. And leading the Prime board as the chair is Ilian Michał. He's the dean at INSEAD in France, Europe, and Singapore. And you may recognize a few other people here on the scene. For example, from Michigan Ross, James Walsh used to be, a distinguished professor of leadership, of course, and strategy, but also was the president of the Academy of Management a few years ago. You may also recognize Tima Bansal, professor at Ivy Business School in Canada, and she is now also on the governing board of the Academy of Management. She's also leading, importantly, the big network, NBS, Network for Business Sustainability, about 8,000 individuals globally or as associations who discuss how academia and business get together to work on sustainable development goals. So I think these two individuals fit so very well into the Prime board and to the aspiration we have for the future. Yeah, and then there's a lot of other good people on this board, and I'm very happy to say it's a very active board. They keep me on my toes, I can tell you. I just wanted to share also with you that, again, back to my sort of the growth that I was talking about before, that in 2018, 2019, I just made a quick note here to you just to show you that actually we are still growing. A lot of signatories are still signing up, and we will be doing something more proactively to make that happen also into the future. But as you can see, 28 new signatories, new schools, universities from North America actually signed up over that 2-year period. So that's very, very good news that we are on the grow here. Now I would like to share with you some of the thoughts, some of the discussions that I've been engaging in over the past at least 6 months, but of course also before that. But in particular in my role as head of Prime, discussing across a lot of different, with colleagues around the world, but also with a lot of associations around the world. And the impact-based university is not a well-defined concept. And I think maybe that's the beauty of it, because we are all asked for our impact, to show, to narrate what is our social impact actually of the world. And I think that we're still practicing, as we can see also businesses are asked to sort of evidence their social impact on the world, and they are also experimenting and trying out different ways of accounting for that impact that they play in the world. And I think the same is going on in the university and in the business school, management school universe. And it is definitely not an easy endeavor to account for your impact. There's a lot of discussion going on at the moment. So I would just like to come up with what does it mean? What is the definition of social impact? And this is from the Michigan Ross Business Plus Impact work. And it's a very basic definition of social impact is that it is a significant positive change that addresses a pressing social challenge, and social in the sense of environmental, economic, governance challenge, and the balancing of these challenges. So creating social impact is the result of a deliberate set of activities with a goal matching this definition. Back to the Michigan Ross definition. And I just brought here one, we can see that it's not something that we alone think is important. Also, the AACSB has just recently launched their new Standard 9, where they actually are asking schools to, where they're actually asking schools to demonstrate the positive change through internal and external initiatives and activities consistent with the school's strategies, policies, and expected outcomes. So there is also this invitation from AACSB for us as schools and universities to articulate and to demonstrate our impact on the world. I have for you here 3 more slides, and this is a slide I bring with me with one single purpose, and that is just to remind ourselves, because I think that a lot of the impact that's being discussed about business schools right now has much more to do with outcomes than impact. We are much better at accounting for our outcomes, and as you can see in this model, this is work that I've been doing with some colleagues a few years ago, where we were trying to assess cross-sector partnerships and their social impact on poverty in Africa. So this was a cross-sector partnership between a North partner, business partner, and a Southern NGO, and also single mothers in Africa. And we developed this model, and talking to the business, they thought this cross-sector partnership was fantastic because it was so helpful for the young single mothers in Africa. But when we, over a 3-year period where we studied this partnership, when we really dug into the essence and we went out and visited the single mothers in Africa on several occasions, we actually came up with quite a little bit of a different story. That what the business thought was sort of the success of their intervention and their engagement, the partnership with the African NGO and the African single mothers, ended where we here in this little model talk about indirect outcomes and direct outcomes. So they had a strategy, the business, to do good in Africa. They had some outputs, which was about employment, a better salary, education, so on for the single mothers. And they saw some direct outcomes where the single mothers got they got an income, they got more knowledge, they got strengthened networks, and they saw some indirect incomes. They also got an increased sort of capacity to make choices and to actually have a work, and they got this improved education and so on. But when it came to the impact, to what extent these young single mothers actually had more empowerment over their own lives, to what extent they actually had a stable, enhanced income, to what extent they were able to send their children more regularly to school and so on. Those social impacts we unfortunately did not find too many of. So this is just to say that maybe we should, when we talk about business schools impact, we also should think very carefully about what is an outcome and what is an impact, and how do we already, when we, for example, design a new research project, or we design a new educational program, or we decide to hire new faculty amongst ourselves, to what extent do we see that may work and serve for social impact? And that's a question mark that I think we still need to engage in a good way. So The framework that I'm going to present to you here is the framework. It's of course a 2x2, and a framework to sort of try to start a discussion on the impact that we engage or could engage as business schools and as universities. And on the first row, I have the qualitative impact and the quantitative impact that we do as business schools. And what I call this the high business school impact. And the question we ask ourselves to a large extent is, how do we as business schools account for our own success? And I think very much that is what we see today in a lot of ways where we try to account for how do we make a positive impact on the world. And the question is if these are impacts or if these are actually outcomes. For example, on the qualitative scene, one of my colleagues she's working on the REF system in the UK universities, which is the 5-year sort of external review or internal sort of revision of how do we make how good is the school at delivering on a lot of different criteria and a lot of different issues. And of course, the impact is one of them. And here, what she's seeing is a lot of qualitative impact that's being reported also. And that is, for example, on business schools' vision and strategies. It is on collaborations with different partners. And it is much of the kind of qualitative impact that we also see in the reports that are sent to Prime, the SIP reports that I mentioned before, the sharing of information on progress reports, where schools are accounting for their visions, their strategies, and their courses, and so on. And some of the other associations are also asking for this qualitative impact. For example, AACSB is also asking us to do that, setting, you could say, the tone from the business school top. The quantitative impact that we very much refer to here as the business school impact is oftentimes our AJG publications, the 4-star aspiration. How many publications did we publish in the area of sustainable development, responsible management, that we can put a number on and belonging to what category inside the AJG ordering list? It's also the rankings, the Financial Times and other rankings where we can compare and contrast ourselves vis-a-vis our peers or our competitors. It's also the ratings that we see, and it's also very often the Google Scholar citations. I've often heard talking to professors around the world asking about what they think is their most important impact, and the answer often comes up, oh, look at my Google Scholar citations. That's my impact. And of course, it is an important impact, and also the impact that we as professors are assessed by oftentimes. The AJG ranking list and the Google Scholar citations and other kinds of rankings are often where we're often built into the incentive structures of our schools on our advancement to become professors and to become excellent and stay excellent professors. So that's sort of the first row. And the question is, of course, if this is enough, which is why I suggest the lower row here, which is sort of focusing more on the high societal impact, where we sort of a little bit change the question and instead ask, how is society transformed with the help of business schools? So the focus here is how we are advancing society, how we are improving society, and perhaps less ourselves as business schools. Of course, these things are related, I understand that, but of course the focus is more on society. And one thing that I can see business schools are right now working on seriously, a number of business schools, is to redefine the business school purpose as a social improvement, more so than a sort of reputational improvement. And of course, here we can ask in the qualitative impact, so sort of what are the mechanisms that can stimulate and account for a sort of unique illustrative examples of how the world is changed and improved via business schools, education and research. And I think, for example, some of the work by, if I can make an example, some of the work, for example, on modern slavery that has been done by, for example, Professor Andy Crane and his team in Bath, has indeed shown that and not least Genevieve Le Baron, of course, also has certain, that in those investigations on modern slavery has on a number of occasions challenged some of these businesses that suddenly got their eyes open for the kind of modern slavery that they engage in, perhaps knowingly, perhaps unknowingly. So these are, you could say, qualitative impact that sort of changes those individual businesses, and hopefully you could say on a larger scale, also some of the associations, for example, in the textile industry, working on modern slavery, where our research can actually help to do so. Same with Professor Laura Spence at Royal Holloway, University of London. So her work on corporate social responsibility in small and medium-sized enterprises has indeed engaged her with ILO and their definition of corporate social responsibility, with a particular angle for small and medium-sized enterprises, and also her work with the United Nations Global Compact in a local setting in Denmark, where she's working with them, with the Global Compact, to deliver a white paper for new government regulation in order to be sure that it is an informed choice that is being made based on her research. So these are sort of qualitative impact of with a societal purpose in mind. What I've got over in number 4 of the scaling in the right corner of my low corner of my 2x2 here is scaling business purpose for social improvement. So are we able to somehow come out of or sort of move beyond the individual collaboration with a business or with an association of businesses, but actually scale business school purpose for social improvement? Are we able to, via our research and our education, to have a quantitative impact also, and to actually account for that? And I'm putting it as, again, this is work in progress. I'm putting it up as for you to discuss with me. I hope to get some comments on this, but also for us to push us a little bit to think, could we actually scale this business school purpose? For example, I think one example is the concept of the planetary boundaries that was developed by some of our colleagues in Stockholm. And that concept not just raised Johan Rockström's Google Scholar citation impact, but indeed has been seen to be uptaken by countries, by businesses, by associations, and have had a lot of policy implications based on this concept, on the research that lies on this. And I have not seen how Johan Rockström and his team, and at the Stockholm University, how they have sort of accounted for this social impact that they have actually had. I'm not saying it's easy to do, but I think it is worth considering how we could do that. The same with all the work that is going on gender and racial inequality, and how that has sort of, or not, that research, how it has and has not changed the world to the better that perhaps one could hope for, but then of course also to ask ourselves, why has that not happened? And then not least our students. How is it that we actually think about the impact we have on our students as they are in our classrooms, whether they are virtual or physical or some hybrid version at the moment, but also so that we're not only interested in measuring those students as they enter the business world or the organization world and become leaders. We're not only interested in how much their salary increases over the next 2 or 3 years, as in some of the rankings, but we're actually interested in what they do and what decisions they make and how those decisions impact the world. I'm not saying it's easy to account for, but these are sort of the type of questions that we need to think about into the future. And then I just wanted to sort of finish my presentation here with a slide about some of the social impact categories that I think we will have to think about in the future. And I've already talked about number 3, the qualitative and the quantitative impact, and also a little bit about the local impact. I think it's very important that many business schools are small, many universities are small, but they have a very high impact locally. And how do we account for that? And how do we allow those local important impacts also to be part of the narrative? Lastly, I want to mention the concept of impact potential, which is a concept that I've been working on with some colleagues. It's out in a journal soon. It's about the impact potential, that we actually think about the impact, not just in the past sense, what impact did we have when we look back, but also we think about the kind of impact we can have upon the future, and that we think that potential into the decisions that we make as we go on. On that note, I want to say thank you very much to Prime Northeast for having me, and to Rutgers Business Schools for organizing this fantastic conference with an impressive program, I must say.
My name is Valerie Bendish. I am the founder of VBPR, and we do philanthropic public relations. I have the honor of doing the public relations for this Prime conference, which has been a great honor. And I'm also the founder of another company called Valerie's. We're working on vegan, plant-based food. So some exciting initiatives that are in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. We're very passionate about it. So I'm happy to be here with you all today and looking forward to the rest of the conference. Today, I have the honor of introducing Master Chef James Corwell. James is our next keynote speaker. He is he's one of 70 master chefs in the United States. So it's a huge honor. He's a James Beard Award winner. In 2010, James won the Best New Restaurant. And today he's leading in innovation with vegan and vegetarian initiatives. And again, it's a great honor. Please help me welcome James Corwell.
Thank you, Valerie. Mondays and the United Nations for having me here today to give you the perspective of a certified master chef. I believe in being the change you want to see. That is why I created plant-based alternatives to raw tuna using tomatoes, and plant-based alternatives to barbecued eel using eggplant. That's why I've been solving some of the problems associated with food deserts by creating plant-based alternatives that are affordable, nutritious, and sustainable for those who can't afford good, healthy food. It's been a mission of mine for quite some time. My cooking experience spans 35 years. I've seen food go from good to bad to a little bit better. I can teach you all to cook beautiful food. But the question is, will we be able to cook food the way I learned how to cook in the future, in the next 20, 30, 50 years? I think not. You see, I used to have the best restaurant in New Orleans. I was voted the best new chef in New Orleans. So as being a master with the best chef, best restaurant, I needed to serve the best food. But something really devastating happened. I developed cancer. My cancer could have taken away my sense of taste, but more importantly, it could have taken away my ability to call out orders to other chefs. Fortunately, I recovered. I don't know about the other chefs, but the doctors told me that my type of cancer was very rare, that it was an act of God, and that it just wasn't something that somebody like me should have gotten. But upon discovery, I learned that this type of cancer was something that was unique to another stereotype, and it was communities that were mostly impoverished, poor, and malnutrition. It was a cancer based on malnutrition. How could this be? How could this be that as the best chef with the best restaurant have a disease that was based on malnutrition? I was buying the best food money could buy. It just defied logic, and it deserved looking into. And it turns out, no matter how hard I looked, I could not find a clean source of food. No matter how much money I spent, The beef was ripe with antibiotics and hormones. The fish was full of mercury, microplastics, and industrial waste. The vegetables, yes, we could get some locally, primarily have been out of the ground for months at a time. And this was not the food industry I wanted to be a part of. This was the food industry that was creating my disease. This was the food industry that I was trapped in, and I wanted to make a change. You see, food can be poison in my case, and in many of our cases, or it can be medicine. And you can see that in all the health and wellness movements today. You can just look around and we can see that we want a healthier lifestyle. We're getting older, we're an aging population globally. We want to avoid lifestyle diseases. That's cancer, obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and depression. These are all diseases that you can ratchet up with a poor diet, or you can ratchet them down with a good diet. You see, we want to live healthy lives, and so consuming less of the bad stuff, less hormones, less antibiotics, less mercury, less microplastics, less of all this bad stuff, we can live healthier lives. And that's what's in meat, that's what's in our fish, less so in our vegetables. You see, it used to be that we would have to run down our meat. We'd have to run it down and throw a spear at it or hit it with a rock. And we'd take that animal back and we'd feed it to a community, and we were all fed for a day. But that didn't happen all the time. And so to bridge these times of no meat, we ate more vegetables. And we lived healthy lives. We evolved as a culture, as a human race, eating more plants. It is only since the Industrial Revolution that people have been able to consume so much meat, 3 times a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Before the Industrial Revolution, meat was expensive, very rare. Since the Industrial Revolution, that's arguably America's greatest strength. We're able to produce a lot of anything, but especially food, at a very affordable and inexpensive price. So it's become the mainstay of our meals. But if you look at the advent and consumption of meat, so we've learned about the advent of lifestyle diseases. So has America's greatest strength now become America's greatest weakness? In many cases it has. But in the near future, we still need to be able to produce a lot of food. But we have a moral obligation to produce healthy food, to feed the coming generations. We need to be able to produce a lot of food efficiently and affordably and healthfully to feed everybody and end hunger. The good news is that there are a lot of examples in history that show us doing exactly this. 3 cultures I like to reference are the Hindu cultures of India, Asian cultures, and the pre-Columbian Aztec culture as well. These are all civilizations that grew to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people over the course of thousands and thousands of years in areas where there was not enough animal protein to support them. And how did they do that? They did that through the combination of plants and plant protein. They lived in harmony with the land. They used their natural resources in an efficient way, and they flourished because of it. So that's the good news, is we've done it before. That's more normal to us than what we've experienced in the last 100 years. Everything is starting to come back full circle. So what does this mean for us all today? You see, in my lifetime, the Earth's population has doubled. Now, roughly 7.5 billion people. By 2030, 9 billion people. By 2050, 10 billion people. And in a short 80 years from now, 2100, 12 billion people will be on this planet. We need a unifying target. We need to be able to all pull together on what it means to have the systems in place, the thought processes in place, the legislation in place for what it means to feed 12 billion people in a short 80 years from now. The global mission to feed 12 billion people is a unifying effort, taking the tenets of the United Nations and with the efforts of companies like Meatless Mondays, like Blue Dot International, we want to bring together the best efforts, the best minds, the best solutions to a common goal that I think is very doable. We need to have green food, we need to have innovation, we need to have efficiencies so that we can feed 12 billion people. And the great news is we're already on that track. Because let's face it, we need to be able to do this. Individuals and industries and governments alike need to hear the message loud and clear. We are demanding greener foods, greener industries, and affordable food for everybody so that we can end world hunger. You see, as population increases, so does demand on our natural resources. We need clean water, we need great farmland, and we need clean air to breathe. Our current food industry does not support this. As population increases, it becomes even more important to have clean food, clean air, clean water. See, right now it's highly inefficient. It takes 14 pounds of grain to raise 1 pound of beef. It takes almost 1,000 gallons of water to bring that pound of beef to market. But when you start to have more demands on your natural resources, your limited natural resources, when LA grows by another 4 million people and demand more water from the Colorado River, what does that do to the amount of water that you can divert to ranchers? It makes it harder and harder to justify. It's going to make the prices go up. So simple supply and demand. When there's more demand, same supply, price goes up. So when meat starts to reflect the true costs of water and grain and those inefficiencies and the impact to the environment on top of that, it will get too expensive for most of us to afford. You see, our natural resources really need to start being considered as our national treasures. They are unique to each and every country. They need to be protected and valued as such so that we can have strong internal communities and populations that are well cared for. Some countries aren't that lucky, and they will have to go to a global market to pay the highest price for sustenance for their people. We want to avoid that. Every country in the world wants to avoid that at all costs. Again, we need to look at our natural resources as national treasures. Because without them, we are very, very vulnerable. Like every chef, I believe it is our moral obligation to feed everybody. And that means ending world hunger. The global mission to feed 12 billion people is very achievable. It just will take time, will take focus, and will take the efforts of individuals, industries, and governments alike. The change is already happening. You can see it. You can see it in my lifetime. You know, I like to describe the food landscape as like the energy landscape of the 1970s. Back then, that landscape was primarily dominated between coal and gas. Fast forward 50 years, and you still have coal and gas, but that pie chart has been divvied up between bio, solar, electric, wind, and it's still changing today. The food landscape is very similar. When I came on board, you know, that food landscape was heavily dominated with commodity fish, meat, dairy. But now you see more plant-based. you see cell agriculture, you see organics, and a plethora of other things. And it will continue to change as we move forward. These are green industries that I'm talking about. So for these reasons, I'm very optimistic. The change is already happening. We're getting greener foods, greener industries, more innovation. We're being more efficient with our natural resources. And this change will continue by pushing for health and wellness, by combining green food industries and innovations. We're already on the path to ending world hunger, which is the goal here. We can all contribute to this goal just by taking better care of ourselves. What a great idea. Health and wellness is pushing green industries. Green industries are pushing for more efficiency. And more efficiencies take care of our natural resources so that we're able to feed more and more people. That's the goal, right? Let's end world hunger. We're already on the path. Let's just own it. Let's own it through the 12 billion global mission to end world hunger. You see, in the grocery store of the future, this is the fun part, we're still going to have meat. We're still going to, but only a few people will be able to afford it. It's how my career started, cooking for kings and queens. It's going to go back to that. Because it'll be so expensive because of how much water it uses, the rarity of the fish in the ocean, if it still exists, will be very expensive. Most people will not be able to afford it. In the middle tier will be cellular agriculture. And that's much more efficient and less impactful on our environment. So if you have to have some meat, so be it. But at the bottom of the pyramid, and consequently the broadest segment of the market of the grocery store, you'll find plant-based because it's the most versatile, it's the most cost-effective and affordable. And what I love about it is that it's the healthiest. The future does look bright. We just need to understand what that roadmap looks like. And rightfully so, it should. Will we be able to cook the way I learned to cook in the future? Many of us, no, not at all. But the future looks bright. We're going to learn to cook differently. We're going to learn to cook how these other ancient cultures did. We will learn to appreciate our natural resources and value them as national treasures. We will value our health, and we will value other people's health. It's in our DNA to take care of one another. A human baby wouldn't survive if it didn't have parents to take care of it. At what point did we decide that this human is too large to care about? See, I don't think it expires. I think we care about people regardless of where they are in life, where they live. We have an obligation to do what's right and to move the ball forward to make these solutions to end world hunger. Help me in supporting the global mission to feed 12 billion people, Meatless Mondays, Blue Dot International, and others that are on this same track. And if you need help, we are here to help offer guidance, whether it's messaging, product development, simple ideas, or camaraderie. We are here to help. Join me in the 12 billion global mission to end world hunger, and we can do it together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Incredibly excited to have everybody here for this final segment of our wonderful conference. With us today, we have Michael Pearson from Fordham University and one of the founders of the International Humanistic Management Association. He's going to begin by giving us an introduction to Appreciative-Inquiry to learn how we can come together to appreciate what we have and look at a future that's better for all of us. He's going to be breaking us up into breakout sessions where all of the students and other people on this call will be talking about co-creating responsible business schools for a better world and doing a student appreciative inquiry dialogue session. Following that, we will be having report outs from each of those groups by the students. After that, we're going to have closing remarks for the conference from President Jonathan Holloway from Rutgers University. And a thank you from me to the entire team and all the amazing people that helped create this incredible experience for the last 4 days. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Jeana, and thank you, Joel, and thank you, Mike, and everybody at the team or at Rutgers and the partners who put this amazing conference together. You all heard the talk just before by Daniel Dart, and it's kind of inspiring. And I think one of the things he said, you start where you are, you figure out where you want to go, and then you potentially decide how do you get there. And you're not necessarily going to take the easy journey, but you're going to try to find a way to get to where you want to be, right? If you remember the analogy of the airport. So this is a little bit our airport here, this conference and this session. I'm going to share quickly my slides around what I think the main elements of the next session will be. So, can you see that? So I was asked to help facilitate a co-creation effort of us all together here for modern business school education. And transforming business education and practice, that's the whole theme, of course. And the main goal here would be to advance and accelerate replicable educational models that can help achieve the UN SDGs by 2030. So what if our destination is that the UN SDGs are fulfilled in 2030? That is the future fulfilled, that is the destination. We're now at the airport, so to speak, and we can figure out how to get there. One of the routes or ways of getting us there is called Appreciative-Inquiry. It's a way of organizational design and organizational development that allows for people in general, in very short time, to understand how they can find that route to that future fulfilled. And there are there are 4 phases in that we're all going to go through, and that our facilitators will help with in the process. And it's the 4D journey, so to speak. And it starts with the discovery phase. And what is it that already exists that we can draw on? What is the best that we have? And that's the appreciative part. Typically, most of us focus on what's deficient, what's not working, and then get mired into that kind of thinking. This really is a shift in mindset and looks at what gives life. What is generative to you right now, wherever you are in the programs that you're part of? And then what is the dream orientation, the dream journey, and how can you see and specify what that would look like, that future fulfilled? And then you go into the 3rd phase and you design based on what you have and where you want to be, how you get there. And this is the design phase, the co-construction phase. And then ultimately you go to the deployment phase. You'll see, okay, how specifically, tactically, you can implement actions to get to this future fulfilled by 2030, okay? I have a short video lined up that will give a little bit more context around the method. And all the facilitators have gone through some training to help us, but I'd really encourage everybody here to just think about that. And if you wanted to already, take some notes in terms of each of the phases, just to get into that thinking mode. And Jeana, are we able to share the video?
Yes, Max is going to show it.
Max? All right. Okay, so I hope that you got the gist of the approach and you see the upcoming workshop as an invitation to really co-create solutions that will move business education forward to help us all to achieve the 2030 US SDG agenda, a UN SDG agenda.
Good afternoon, everybody. Delighted to introduce our final formal presentation of the day with our colleagues from NYU Stern School of Business, right here in New York, on embedding the SDGs into NYU Stern's first year Intro to Business course. We're delighted to have you today, and you can take it away.
Okay, I'll do a quick lead into Matt, who is co-teaching the course with me. But I'm Jeff Younger, and we're here with Matt Statler. Mara works in the program with us as well, helps lead it, and Amy will give you the perspective from a student who graduated some years ago and actually used this course to catapult her career. I wanted to mention one thing, that if you're interested at all in this course, there actually is a job opening, and I threw that quietly into the interfolio in the chat room. And I'm thrilled to be here. It's great. It's a little bit of a bubble to do what we do all by ourselves, but then see everyone else from around the world doing similar things. I tuned in for Nikki James, and she was fantastic, and Jack Harris and Jeffrey Robinson. I don't know if he knows this, but he used to be across the hall from me maybe 10 years ago.
Remember.
And with that, I'll throw it to Matt to kick us into gear, and we'll talk about the course itself.
Sure thing. Just an introductory word or two with that slide visible. Indeed, it is a pleasure to get out of our home team bubble and to interact with all of you who share our interests and our commitment to education and to sustainability. This presentation, our plan is basically each of the four of us will take turns and speak for 8 or 10 minutes or so. And leave 20 minutes, hopefully, at the end for questions and answers. Since Jeff has already initiated the chat window, as a faculty member, I'm used to sort of monitoring the chat. We all getting used to this on Zoom. So if there are any questions that arise spontaneously while any of us are speaking, I invite anyone listening in, participants, to go ahead and don't hesitate to chat to us questions that you may have, so that we can even respond to them in real time. What I can say, and Jeff has helpfully advanced the slide, even before that slide, the context for this slide is to say what we're presenting today. We are working with the undergraduate college at the Stern School of Business. It is a 4-year undergraduate degree program, so students come to university ready to register. They register for classes in their freshman year, first year of school, and spend all 4 years in the College of Business. So it's a 4-year program. In that context of that 4-year program, Stern, we have a 4-course required social impact core curriculum. So that's a fairly unique thing, having interacted with colleagues from around the country and around the world. I don't know of any other 4-year undergraduate business school that has 4 required, we call them social impact core courses. So each of those 4 years, all Stern undergraduates, and we have about 650 or 700 in each class, a total of 22 or 3 or 400, a bunch of students, over 2,000 students taking these 4 courses at any one time. All students take all 4 courses. So the effort that we're describing, that Amy has lived through as a student, and that Mara and I and Jeff coordinate, we're lucky to have a lot of colleagues working with us on this. I think it's as many as 60 or 70 different faculty teaching in these 4 courses. They are offered primarily as a collaboration between the academic departments that Jeff and I as faculty members represent, the management communication department or group that Jeff is a part of, and the business and society program that Mara and I are seated in. That's to say, the overall goals of that 4-course curriculum are what appear here for you to view on the slide. The idea, it's a stakeholder perspective. Students in each and all of those 4 courses have the occasion to become aware of multiple stakeholder perspectives on business issues. They look at business as one institution between and among other societal institutions, including governments, including nonprofits and civil society. So it's business and society. We'll get into that. That's the name of the course that we're presenting. And ultimately, through that 4-year sequence, they seek. It's an aspiration that we all continue to pursue in our professional lives. But even as undergraduate business students, seek to develop their own sense of professional ethics in a way that is in harmony with or aligned with their own personal values. Along the way, again, it's a 4-year business degree, but it's woven thickly with the humanities and the liberal arts. The course that we're here to present on today fulfills one of the freshman year writing requirements. Jeff's going to say more about that. So all along, it's reading, it's learning to articulate, defend, and reflect critically on a point of view. It's critical writing, critical thinking, critical reasoning throughout, with the overall goal that's not stated here as an objective of, becoming wise professionals, becoming people who are capable of exercising good professional judgment in a career that, hopefully, all of our graduates are lucky they'll outrun the robots for another 50 years and contribute to a more sustainable and just global society. That's framing and context. Jeff, if you could advance the slides. One there. The course that we're talking about today, into which we have integrated the Sustainable Development Goals as an explanatory framework, is called Business and Society. It's the first course required of all 650 or 700 undergraduate students. They all take it in the spring of their first year. The learning objectives for this course cohere with the broader objectives for the Social Impact Core. It's analyzing the role of business in society from multiple different perspectives and stakeholder interests. We read classics of philosophy, we read business history, even a little literature, some sociology, some anthropology. It's multidisciplinary, different, as well as economics and business and management organization studies. That process of engaging with those texts, reading those texts critically and applying them, using them as lenses through which to analyze business cases, enables them, the students, to think critically and creatively about how business can respond to these challenges by creating value in multiple different parameters, economic, social, and environmental value. And yes, it's a writing course. They do a lot of writing. We do a lot. The breakout sessions. Go to the next slide, Jeff. I think we have the structure of it here. It's a huge class with a Monday night plenary session that everybody's a part of, right? And then it breaks out into 2 smaller discussion sections. And this is with 18 or 20 students per section. So it's small scale seminar discussion where we hear from an invited guest, people that we're lucky to be able to have join us on Monday night, where they present or I interview them, or there's a panel discussion that Monday night on themes that you see here. It's climate change and ESG investing and sustainability and all this kind of stuff that's viewed through the lens of the Sustainable Development Goals. Mara's going to say more about that later. And then on either Tuesday, Thursday, or Wednesday, Friday, they break out into small discussion sections with individual faculty members like Jeff and myself, who help them understand what they heard on Monday night, view it and analyze it through the lens of the texts that are on the syllabus, and then from Tuesday to Thursday, develop their own perspective on the issues of the day. Lots of different pedagogical techniques, role plays, exercises, writing workshops, peer edits. Jeff's going to say more about that. Maybe one more slide for me, and then I think it is over to Jeff. This is the structure of the course. It's organized in 3 units. The first unit, these last 2 years, we've chosen one single business as an illustration of the complexity of the relationship between business and society. We got lucky a few years ago and made a choice that just keeps getting more interesting and difficult. For the last 2 years, we've been talking about Facebook. And in this context, we select the social issues. We teach the students, we give them this curated list of resources that show them what it means to do research, to understand this complexity. And we offer them the occasion to write an analysis of, in this last year, it was the paper prompt, Jeff helped me, it was analyze the Facebook's business model and the impact that we think it's going to have on the 2020 election. Something like that. We're living through that reality now. In Unit 2, we move beyond a single business and say, let's look at a series of the words that we use commonly, global challenges. So it's climate change, it's economic inequality, it's social justice, it's technological disruption and change. This last year, we also chose globalization. In that case, it's a tour of big problems. Along the way, the students are zeroing in on specific things that they have interest in or passion for, that they will write their second and third papers on. They do journaling. The unit closes with that paper. Again, Jeff, I think you're going to say more about this in a minute. It's then in the final third of the class, the tail of the class, where we get some catharsis. There's complexity, there's global challenges, but business can and should and will play a role in creating a more sustainable society. So we look at business-related solutions that contribute towards sustainability. In that phase, students are continuing to work on their own papers, ultimately advocating for business strategies that can and should create, again, sustainable value. That's Amy's topic for later. I think I'll pause there. Jeff, you want to go into more detail about how that plays out in the classroom, sort of from day to day and week to week?
Sure. It is a writing course, as Matt said, and that's where I put the hammer down and make sure that what the students are learning to think about critically, that they're learning to write about just as critically, more critical than creative. It isn't necessarily it's not a flowery approach. What we're really teaching, since it's business school, is writing a business report. So if you had to, with the second unit, you had a concern or a consideration about water quality, we would literally get you to hone your topic down to something very specific about water quality in a certain area for a certain, due to a certain effluent or pollutant that needs to be addressed. And Unit 2 is just about the problem. We're not looking for opinions, and we're not looking necessarily for sort of a thesis that's making a claim yet. They're just really investigating. So they're trying to find out what's behind that problem, which is difficult in itself, right? What is really the cause of obesity? Is it the food, or is it access to the food, or is it poverty, or is it? And so once the students start to unravel, they get even more confused, which I guess I even like to say that in the classroom. It's sort of like, if you come away with more confusion, then you're actually doing it right. Because Stern students, and maybe all of our students, tend to approach a problem with a solution already in mind, and we want to disabuse them that they already know the answer. They need to figure it out. And some of the research, I loved Nikki James's piece on immersive and experiential education, because a lot of the same tenets hold true for us. We want students to go and reach out, interview people who are in charge of the water quality control in a certain town. We want them to find someone, whether maybe if it's an uncle to start, but then have the sort of the capability and the confidence to reach out and make cold calls to people that can enhance their paper, enhance their research. Finally, they're working toward an end paper, which incorporates a company uniquely situated to address the problem in some way. If it's small, like Jeffrey Robinson and Linnea Richardson were talking about sort of, it was Jack Harris who talking about they may come up with very small solutions. They're still good. It's still addressing it in some small way. One of the best papers we had was about pizza boxes and how you can save some cardboard that isn't tainted by oil in a pizza box, which sounds like nothing until you understand the number of pizzas that are ordered in the United States. The millions of pizzas and the amount of cardboard that is thrown in the garbage instead of being recycled. So interesting ideas for Unit 3 emerge when students start to find businesses to link into the problem. And it can be in, a partnership solution, an M&A solution, a product solution, almost anything that they want. And because they've picked the topic themselves and they're investigating themselves, they're sort of empowered by by their own choices, sort of really interested in doing it. And in fact, Amy will talk about it later, but Amy was one of the students who was selected for The Call, which is a closing magazine you did hear it right. Matt said we had 700 students in this class across this year, across 36 sections. So we have that many papers to look at, and the faculty submit several. And in the end, we have a 10 paper magazine that gets published and then used as a text for the course itself. And Amy was one of the authors, so she's representing. I'm not sure what else. I don't see any questions. Oh, wait, there are some questions here. Writing size, yes, is 20, maybe approximately 20, 21. Unit 3 is built on Unit 2. Yes, it is built on Unit 3 is built on 2. Although, as with anything, some students recognize that the impossibility of going forward and then regroup and come up with a Unit 3 that is closer to what they're really interested in. In other words, sometimes it can't be done. They'll come up with something that's just either too much to tackle or they've run up against a wall. So, but ideally, yes, 2, 3 will take the research from 2 and build on it. A challenge is engaging student online. Yes, anyone can speak to that, maybe even Matt and Amy as a student, but Zoom's a challenge, but interestingly enough, some of these writing courses can even benefit. I actually find when students are watching me edit on screen, there's an intimacy and a takeaway that actually makes it better than me editing on a whiteboard or in the classroom on a wall. They sort of can see themselves doing the same level of editing, which of course is a key to writing, is putting in the work and revising. Matt, any other issues with like challenges? Because you do the plenary, that's a challenge.
Well, I mean, what I would say is, because good questions are coming in, I want to respond to each and all of them in due course of time. What I'll say as a way to transition to Mara, just so that we can get each and all of our perspectives in the, in everybody's minds. In terms of engagement, we, like everybody else, experienced the disruption in the spring and continue now in the fall teaching almost entirely remotely. Our plan is to continue fully remotely in the spring. What I am seeing is actually, in addition to the sort of formal kind of, as it were, the mechanics of the interface, the online interface, in terms of student engagement, what the pandemic gives us is an occasion like no other to emphasize the interdependence of business and society. So in all of these courses, my experience right now teaching these classes is that students are fully engaged and fully committed. They're here to study business and they want to make the world a better place. So we're, I think, experiencing the technological limitations and affordances notwithstanding, we're experiencing a surge in student engagement. But maybe Mara, to you to speak about, we've been doing this for a while, this class, almost 20 years. I've been doing it for 12, Jeff a little longer. But it's only the last 2 years that we've used the Sustainable Development Goals explicitly as a framework, and it's because of Mara. Tell us why, Mara.
Sure. Thanks, Matt. So I wanted to focus on kind of the why. Why did we decide to bring the SDGs into this course and into the social impact core more broadly? As Matt mentioned, I joined Stern about 2 years ago. And prior to joining Stern, I worked for several years at the United Nations Foundation, and particularly on the diplomatic negotiations of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I was able to get kind of a really interesting, fly on the wall perspective, or behind the scenes, if you will, of how the goals came together, the sort of nitty-gritty negotiations over every target and every indicator, which was a 2.5 year process. And one of the things that really struck me in kind of getting to be a part of that process was how different it was from the Millennium Development Goal approach. The MDGs, as many of you I'm sure know, were very, government aid focused. And while they had some great successes, I think a lot of people realized that one of their biggest areas for improvement was the fact that these issues that we face are so big that clearly governments alone, and even governments with the support of nonprofits, are not going to be able to get the job done. Like, the scope of these problems is so large. And so with the negotiations of the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN and other partners made a real effort to engage the business community on the front end. So rather than just cook up the goals and then say, hey, business community, can you help us fund these? They actually brought them into the conversation, informally, of course. Obviously, the UN is a member state controlled entity, but there were, some of the most interesting events and workshops and roundtables I attended were the ones where the business community and the investor community was present and actually wanted to engage and find ways to make them part of their business models, not just treat them as kind of charity or aid in the way that we saw with the MDG model. So I was really struck by kind of the interest and excitement, of the business community, around the implementation of these goals. And at the same time, right after the goals had been agreed, got this great opportunity to join the team at NYU Stern. And I thought, what better way to try to, make some small bit of progress on these goals than bring them basically to our future business leaders. So I love the idea of bringing them into a business school, and especially into an undergraduate program where students, like Amy, who you'll hear from later, are really at the beginning of thinking about their careers and thinking about the role that they want to play, more broadly in society. And so it's such a great opportunity that you have with these students, especially from their first year. So yes, of course, they're there for business, but so many of the students, come through this course and they realize that they can actually use business to have a positive impact, whether it's, taking a social entrepreneurship route. As Jeff mentioned, some students take that route in their papers. For some students, it's corporate sustainability. It's, I want to be on the inside of a big company and try to make change from within. Some students decide that they want to go into consulting and work on several different sustainability issues, for companies. But really, it was just, I thought, too good of an opportunity to pass up to kind of get, these enormous future challenges in the hands of our future business leaders, as early on as possible. So, as Matt mentioned, that was kind of the pitch a few years ago for why we need to have these goals in a school. As many of you probably know, they are kind of becoming part of the language that business leaders use. And so I think it's important for students to graduate kind of well-versed in these topics. The SDGs really kind of give a shared language for government to be able to communicate, be on the same page with, for business to be on the same page with government leaders, to be speaking the same language as, philanthropists. Because what we saw in the past was so many people care about the same issues, but they often talk past one another because they don't have a shared vocabulary and language and tools for measuring things. So, the goals, and especially the targets, the 169 targets of the SDGs, really do give us those kind of shared ways of measuring things. So that's just a little bit of background about why we tried to kind of bring this in a couple of years ago. Obviously, since this global health pandemic has broken out 8 or so months ago, I think the case is even clearer. If you think about the origins of this pandemic, it's this convergence of biodiversity loss. It's exacerbating already existing inequalities. We're seeing the impact it's having on the economy and unemployment. And it's really just magnifying a lot of the social and economic issues that we already have. So if students or other kind of colleagues weren't already convinced of the kind of merit of bringing these social issues into the classroom, I think the case couldn't really be clearer now. I think it also is, the pandemic has made clear how interconnected things are. and how interconnected our various countries are, right? So previously you could have someone say, you know, we have so many issues, why doesn't the US just focus on, you know, solving our own economy, our own healthcare system? And I think that that argument is just out the window now, because we can really see how connected these things are and how we don't really have a choice but to engage globally. So I was glad to hear, as we were getting on the Zoom call just now, how global our audience is and how we have colleagues on from various countries. That's great. So I think I'll stop there. You know, maybe the last thing that I'll just add is to say that part of my role is focused on some of the programming that happens outside of the classroom to complement this course and others in our social impact core. So, you know, all 600 plus first year students take this business and society course, but for the students who really want to go deeper and kind of get a more hands-on experience, we offer a social impact fellows program for students who want to, you know, do site visits around New York City, who want to engage with the speakers, you know, beyond the kind of short time that they have in the Monday night plenary, who develop their own entrepreneurial solutions to things, who kind of get to go a level deeper outside of the classroom and, you know, work on some of the more experiential elements. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that later if people have.
Yeah, and Amy was a part of that, one of those groups, weren't you, Amy?
I was indeed.
Indeed. I'm going to flip the slide here to give you a little, wait, let's go to here. To talk a little bit about the call, or actually you can start and talk on anything. What was it like to be a student in this course?
It was a wonderful experience. I know there are a lot of questions actually around the actual course that I'll get to answer. But I recently graduated this past May. So when I took this course as a first year, the SDGs had not yet been introduced into the syllabus, but I did focus very heavily on SDG 12, which is all around sustainable consumption and production. And my paper specifically was on how you could curb food waste in the United States by having a partnership between Whole Foods and a lot of local suppliers, and introducing what we typically called ugly produce into these supermarkets, because through my Unit 2 research, I found that most of the food waste that is being generated in supermarkets or in that middleman stage is because consumers don't prefer to buy anything that is quote unquote ugly. I'm sure many of you have heard of now Misfit Produce. It's a company that lets you buy these boxes where there are ugly carrots or misshaped eggplants, and people don't want those in the supermarket. So my whole solution centered around Whole Foods coming in as the organics national supermarket chain of the United States, and having them sell this ugly produce and show people that there really is nothing different about it, other than the fact that it's just a little bit aesthetically different. So that's exactly how a Unit 2 paper could go into Unit 3, where my ideas around wanting to deal with SDG 12 then turned into, okay, how do I actually find an existing business or find an entrepreneurial way to get this to happen? There was also another question about if some of these solutions are working in the real world. Maybe Jeff and Matt have a better answer for that, to see if any students have reached out. But I do know there have been several students in my grade and in the grades afterwards, for which I served as an editor for the call, for people actually reaching out to companies that they were very, very passionate about. And they were like, hey, XX government organization or nonprofit or business, take a look at my proposal. I hope you'll consider it. And even if those solutions weren't implemented, it was at least spread through ideas. And as a more tangible example, now that I've graduated, I'm actually working at Delberg Advisors, which is an impact consulting firm. So we only focus on impact focused clients. And right now the project I am working on specifically focuses on a household name bank that is trying to integrate the SDGs as part of their impact mandate for CSR initiatives, as well as their more philanthropic and catalytic grant making capital. And that is a direct result of my going to Stern and learning about how I could actually major in something like sustainable business and then apply my skills, whether they're hard skills or soft skills learned in a university setting, and actually being able to work with people like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation or the bank that I'm working with right now. So it's really, really been a wonderful opportunity, and getting to work with people like Jeff and Matt and Mara have been also very eye-opening.
I'll give Amy some quick props here via slides, and that is these are the magazines which we've done, as you can see, since 2011, and now we're up to doing it every single year. And if you look at the contents of this particular magazine a little more closely, there you see Amy's article, Reinventing Wholesome. Among the other articles here, Concrete Roots was about putting greenery on roofs, and Trash in Haiti was recycling and creating sneakers, I think, artifacts out of trash in Haiti. So there's a lot of interesting ideas that emerged.
Well, and this goes further. Jeff, go back to that, because it just pops out in my eye. The question, have any of these solutions been implemented? There are, as Amy suggested, folks who have reached out to leaders of companies, and there have been occasions where students have gotten jobs or internships sort of sparked by this. But you've got Amy's essay circled up and right from that on page 18. The author of that essay went on to sort of create an organization called Sea Straws that focuses, like the title says, on ocean plastic and renewable materials for straws. And so I think that's another way of framing the question about solutions in the real world. Yes, some, but more than that, it's, as Amy said, getting students all 4 years of their undergraduate degree thinking in these terms, and empowering them and enabling them with the sort of, yeah, you say hard and soft skills, like the ideas and the gumption, the grit, the motivation to push forward and feel like they have some agency and can, contribute positively to a more sustainable future using entrepreneurship and business and strategy and all the kinds of things that we're talking about. Mara has just chatted to everybody the link to that. Do you want to?
I think we should answer some of these questions.
Yeah, maybe we go there.
There's a lot of good questions in the chat.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good ones. And if we take it back a step, Matt, to the core, right? This is the freshman course, but we have 3 others. Someone was asking, what are the other courses?
Yeah, I'll take that one, and then maybe into a little bit some of the how to organize the chaos stuff about grading papers and all that kind of stuff. Just quickly then, so this is the first course. The second year course is called Organizational Communication and its Societal Context. Picks up on the stakeholder focused theme of the first course, picks up on the issue oriented theme of the first course, and encourages students, focuses on the skills that are required to effectively articulate a strategy, to organize people and to lead, to communicate effectively. Jeff, you teach that course. So
yeah, the full title is Organizational Communication and its Social Context. So we look at, it gets more granular from this, and we start looking at how companies actually communicate. So it's a company communication course, but I think we give special focus on next level companies. So someone earlier mentioned Tom's Shoes or Nike or Larry Fink's BlackRock, or I'm trying to think of some of the others that we do, but Patagonia, sort of the clear leaders in this world. Starbucks, not without discussion, right? I mean, you could argue about Walmart, both pro and con, but if you really look at what they're doing, it's interesting nevertheless. Yes, so that's OrgComm. Go ahead, Matthew. I could keep talking. So
yeah, sure. The third course, junior year, Law, Business, and Society, looking at the way the landscape of corporate law changing dramatically in these times, benefit corporations, for purpose corporations, B Corps, all kinds of formal and informal ways in which age-old questions are being shaped by changes in corporate law. And then the senior capstone course is professional responsibility and leadership. It is squarely about the alignment of individual values and ethics with career and professional ethics. It's a class that includes, classics of literature and philosophy, and we talk about the arts and use aesthetics as well as ethics to unpack the same questions of value that we're sort of initiating in the first class, Business and Society. The questions, several of them, why is it a writing heavy class? I'll go for that one. And then Jeff, you can talk about how we kind of grade and organize. It's a writing class because it's a 4-year undergraduate degree program where they also must fulfill writing requirements for purposes of accreditation. So the idea at one level was to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and to introduce business while at the same time introducing critical writing, critical thinking and writing. So that's, as it were, the external goal. Internally, it's because writing is so important. If you can't write clearly, you can't lead business. It's hard to lead business organizations. So giving people the occasion to write, as Amy and these authors who are visible on this slide have done about these, it clarifies their thinking as well. So it's an intrinsic motivation for that. There's a lot of writing that goes on, and there's, I think, Jeff, what are we talking about? We're going to have 36 sections of this class this year. With how many faculty teach this class? It's a division.
Well, 36.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, we have about 34. There are some people double up, but that's a hard road to hoe when you're to do this level of work with 40 students is harder. There's a weekly journal. That's about 400 words. We give them a pre-prompt for that. And very often it's a springboard from something that was discussed in the classroom. It's sort of double things are happening. One is, yes, we're looking at their ideas and talking specifically about their thinking. And then we also push their writing as well to wherever they are, to a much higher level. Some come in great, and we want to push them into ideas of alliteration and metaphor, and then some really need some basics on, because they're writing 40-word sentences and they need concision and clarification, or clarity. So there's a lot of things to do. It's hard to teach writing.
A couple other questions I'm seeing. Somebody asking about philosophical debates over the continuum. I got to take that one just because that's my background as a PhD in philosophy. The whole question of what do we mean when we say social impact or stewardship or sustainability or corporate purpose or for benefit? What is value? Those are questions that we weave throughout the curriculum. Obviously, some students have a greater appetite for those kind of sort of abstract issues, but a little goes a long way. Even just simply letting it be known that whatever would ever have any economic value, anything that anybody would pay for, they would only do it because they thought it was good or beautiful. So ethical and aesthetic value are, as it were, the conditions of what takes on economic value. Now, what is good and what is beautiful, that's what we have plenty of debate about, using John Rawls' philosophy, or even going back to Adam Smith or Rousseau. I mean, there's plenty of space and time for philosophical debates.
The core, we do stakeholder, stockholder. So we bring in Friedman and Freeman, and that got even more robust when the Business Roundtable came out with their statement, embracing new stakeholder approaches to management. So we have a big focus on that philosophically. I like value. I think that, we do a Porter and Kramer sort of shared value, but we talk about the roots of it, and really the word value, valuation. Is value simply your stock price, or do companies create value in other ways, such as innovation or quality of life or jobs simply? That's a value that they are creating, and they're not necessarily completely monetarily related.
Well, and I'm going to jump in on that, Jeff, because
Yeah, yeah.
that's another aspect, I think, of what has been so important about the SDGs as our framework these last 2 years, is, as Mara indicated, a shared vocabulary around value, right? Where it's like this, for all of you who are in this space, you know, it's a challenge. There's so many different ways: just capital and the imperative 21 and conscious capitalism. You know, there are lots of different ways that people are talking about non-economic value, lots of attempts to measure and track and give metrics to it. What the SDGs, I think, uniquely provide is the highest level global consensus about what that is. And okay, you've got 17 goals, but underneath each of them, there's a whole set of targets. And underneath each of those targets, there's a whole set of indicators that provide really concrete sort of ways to metrics, ways to assess the achievement of societal or environmental value. We've used them. I mean, this last year, I mean, that was what the assignment for Unit 3 paper: articulate a strategy and then use the SDG targets and indicators to give some sense of like, well, what value for which stakeholders in accordance with which targets and metrics. And that's, I think, what has been very, very useful. Mara, maybe you want to say a little bit more about how those targets and indicators kind of either came to be or are currently playing out in the global conversation.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's important to talk about the targets because I know a lot of people who are less steeped, who spend less time in their day-to-day in the SDGs, look at the 17 goals and just, they see these brightly colored icons and think, yeah, that's great, but they're so high level, what does that even help? What does that mean? But really, when you want to get to the meat of it, it's in the 169 targets that are under the various goals. So whenever I have students in my office who are, kind of struggling to find the issue that they care about, or, they think something sounds so abstract, how can you possibly measure something like goal 16, rule of law and peaceful and just institutions? I always encourage them to go a level deeper and look at the targets. And then below that, look at the indicators, because that's where the real work is being done. That's where you get to the kind of scientific targets around climate change and, how you measure things like, it's great to say we want to have a goal on gender equality, but how do you actually measure that? So then you go down to the targets and look, to see kind of leadership within parliaments or leadership within, corporate boards. So I would, encourage all of you, if you have kind of skeptics or students who are struggling to kind of see, how their interests kind of fit into the SDG framework, I always say, go to that level deeper to the targets, because chances are you're going to find some issue that you care about. And the other thing I often tell students is you don't have to, feel like you come up with a solution that, makes everything better. Like, just pick that one issue that you really care about and hone in on that, because as we said earlier, all of these issues are linked. And so if everyone just focuses on the one small piece of the issue that they care about, you're going to make a big difference, right? So again, that's where I think the targets and indicators become really helpful teaching tools.
Yeah, students inevitably start quite general, and then they get shocked by the question, how are you measuring that? There's so-and-so is polluting. I go, really, how do you measure pollution? And then, boy, that can, it derails them, and then they have to dive in deep to figure it out, because it's not an easy thing, right? How do you measure pollution? Interesting. Let's see how other people are measuring pollution and see where your concerns fit the current measurement. You had a question. I gave it to you, Matt. I threw it your way, which was,
yeah,
on the grad side, what are we doing?
Related but distinct. Again, the sort of the MBA curriculum, the course of study is more, I mean, it's shorter. There's fewer credit points. So the question of how sustainability, we don't have the luxury of 4 dedicated courses as we do in the undergraduate program. So it's a little bit more of a question of weaving these themes into existing courses rather than having them be sort of elaborated at this level of 4 courses of their own. And it's certainly in the sort of required professional ethics, the business ethics class that all MBAs across all programs are required to take. But it's also, again, it has to do with the creation of new electives that focus on sustainable marketing, sustainable finance, sustainable accounting. That process of creating those new electives, both at the undergraduate and graduate level, in any big, institution like NYU, it involves a certain degree of collegial, should I say, politicking, just sort of like generating coalitions with, people within the other departments, the Department of Marketing and Management, Accounting and Finance, and all this stuff, to share a vision for what those courses can be. But it's basically game on. It's the same game, but playing out in different ways. While I'm talking, I'll take the question, though, of that Joel Harmon posed about shared vision and consistency across so many faculty involved. That is a perennial issue. To say it's a challenge or to say it's a problem, it's definitely something that we have to work on carefully all the time. One of the simple things that we've done over the years is develop a pattern of pedagogy meetings, inviting all the faculty to teaching the course to sort of meet once a week. For the last years, I guess we've done it, Jeff, sort of on Monday nights before the plenary session. And it's an optional thing, but people who can come do come, and then those faculty are organized in pods or smaller groups. So pod leaders, faculty who are then basically responsible for diffusing or disseminating the kind of the pedagogical strategies and approaches that we developed. So it's a range of both formal and informal sort of structures or practices. The other thing I think, though, is actually to be consistent with the narrative of what we are trying to do and why, and to have the coherence and the consistency of that narrative resonate across a wide population of people. That's a perennial challenge, but one that we continue to address. I mean, again, I'm curious, Amy, just to bring you back into the dialogue. From a student perspective, yeah, we do hear students say that there's some cognitive dissonance, that they get different messages from different faculty in different sections. But how would you say the overall shared vision of the social impact core or of business and society resonates in the minds of the student? I mean, I'm asking you to represent the entire student body, but give us a sense of how it plays out in the minds of students.
Yeah, no, I definitely represent the voice of 700 students at North. It resonates very loudly, and I think the dissonance is important because there is no one way to achieve an SDG. There is no one perfect solution. There's no one perfect company, and that comes across really clearly in our essays. And for what it's worth, I think a lot of people actually I personally chose to apply to Stern because they had a first-year course in sustainable business. And I think that's a huge draw point because there are so many students that are my age that are much more focused on that impact lens. And with a course that is explicitly geared towards that, it gets students thinking about these questions much earlier on. And I think Matt was bringing up the point earlier that there is a sort of resilience and grit that students develop while going through not only this sustainable business course, but all 4 of the courses, because unlike just doing very one-off assignments, this is an ongoing project that each student gets to own over the course of a semester. And I became a master at food waste by the end of this course, and I never expected to do that because I ended up finding something that I thought was really, really interesting. Same with my friend Jane Lynn, she's on the bottom left of the screen, and that essay she wrote about sponges, when I was reading it, I was like, I feel like I know everything about how to clean up oil spills now. So from that point of view, this course does a great job at getting students to feel like they have agency. And I think for someone who is going into college and is 18, 19 years old and has no idea what they want to do with their life, that is the most important lesson you could teach them, is you can develop this resilience, you can develop this grit, and you have a voice. And even if that voice doesn't resonate with every other voice, it's an important one and it's yours.
Plus they get to get a copy of the magazine. Of course, this is not going to allow me to do it, but, and wave it around.
That's been the best part.
Let me pick up on something about what you just said, Amy, and also bridge with the earlier question about, I think, engagement online, and the question that's just popped into the chat about if we had if anything we do differently or change if we do it all over again. And it's to bring us, this group of people, my colleagues here that are on this panel, us, like, into the now. Where are we now, right now? And where we are now is trying again to figure out a way. This is a big operation, a lot of faculty, a lot of moving parts, hundreds of students, a syllabus, all of these things, to figure out a way to, like, tweak it right now so that it is both appropriate at a minimum, but like taking advantage of at a maximum precisely the disruption that we're in. So what can we do with the fact that all students will be online, right? Can we create synergies or ways for people to connect with others? Were there other students that year, in addition to Jane, who cared about, oil spills in the ocean? Probably there were, but we didn't have a way for them to meet each other and to connect with each other, some sort of process. And so we're sort of trying to think about that. The other piece of it that has been a perennial kind of aspiration for us, which is connected now to this question of, like, student connection and outreach to the world, is like, could we have some kind of an experiential dimension to this class, where it was not just writing, but where the few students who have reached out to CEOs and said, you know what, I care about reinventing wholesome, or I care about ocean plastic, or I care about, to say everybody should do that, right? How can we, to break down the walls of the classroom and to make it a little more experiential, where it's explicitly an outreach to and a voice to, the call to action. We publish a magazine. It's great. We love it. And students are proud. Amy, you played a role all your 4 years in Stern in this. What can we do for the other students, the other 690 students who don't get published here? How can we let their voice resonate or be heard out in the world? And those are questions that I'm articulating now that we don't currently have answers to. But in response to the question of if we could do differently, that's a constant game, constantly adjusting, constantly trying to figure out what's the way to make, to meet the ultimate learning objective, which for the students is, as we've said a bunch of times, to feel like they can actually contribute positively toward a more sustainable future, to give them the skills and the drive to go and to do. None of the sustainable development goals will happen without educated people, and that's why we feel fulfilled doing the job that we're doing.
We have one more question from Dept. Has this helped seed a sustainability culture at Stern and more broadly at NYU, or is such a culture an antecedent to this initiative in the undergrad business core? Great question.
Amy, why don't you take that? What do you think?
I think I'm going to be biased because it definitely shaped mine. I can't for a fact say that it has shaped all 700 students every single grade, but just in this past year alone, in this past month alone, ever since I've started working at Saddlebag Advisors, which again is explicitly only takes work in global development. We have most of our offices in Africa, India, and Asia, other places in Southeast Asia. And it's just such a fascinating world that not too many business students consider. Ever since I've started working there last month, I've had over 20 students or people who have just finished their grad degrees reach out to me and ask, hey, Amy, I would love to hear more about this. I'm really interested in social impact. One of Matt's students this year reached out to me 3 days ago to say, hey, Amy, I know this is out of the blue. You don't know me, but please, can we talk about what you've done? And that network, that collaborative piece of, I see you doing it, so now I want to do it too. That is something that is very strong at Stern. There is such a huge, herd mentality, but in some really, really great ways now, where if they see some students getting into net impact, which is one of the growing clubs at our school, they're gonna be like, wow, I can do it too. Let's bring Saddlebag into the next undergraduate women's business conference. Let's bring impact focused lens into everything. I would definitely say it's inspired a lot of students to reach out beyond the traditional business paths.
And I would just add to that on the kind of co-curricular front, one thing, I only mentioned it very briefly, but one thing that we started up a few years ago is a program called the Social Impact Fellows, which is really not only a way for students who have an interest in sustainability to, get to work on that more outside of the classroom, but it's also kind of about building that culture and a way for the students to find one another. Because Stern is a pretty big place, and it can be hard to find people who share your interests. And so we're hoping that this new program makes it easier for students to identify, others who share their interests. They can even team up together to work on a project, and we offer stipends actually to students who want to try to start up businesses to tackle some of these issues, including the Sea Straws example that Matt gave earlier actually. So we do try to do things to provide funding and opportunities for students to build that culture, but it is a slow process.
Well, this was a fantastic presentation to close our day, and we really appreciate it. We're enormously grateful we've done here. So this is Gloria Estefan here. Max? So I invite all of you to put your spirit to the test and reach higher with me and all of us together. Thank you.